morning. How are you guys doing? Everybody got their coffee in hand, ready to go? Yes? Okay. Today we're going to be looking at the general idea of the science and the art of teaching. But I'd like you to turn this around and think more about the art in the science of teaching. A lot of you already are very wonderful artists in this craft of ours, in this science of education. But what we want to try to do today is link that into the science. Where is the neuroscience perhaps behind some of this information? Before I start, I want to extend an invitation. I'd like you to write down my email address and this website in case you want the slides. You can take all the pictures you want, but if you want slides, go ahead and just write me. And also for follow-up. Hopefully this is a partnership. This is an alliance. We're all trying to do the same thing, reach this high-quality education. And sometimes along the way, we have questions about different parts of our jobs or the way that we can apply certain types of methodologies. Or what I'd like to do is extend the invitation that if you are willing to take the time to write and explain things to me, I always write back. And if I don't have the answer, I won't lie to you. I'll tell you, here's some information. Can I point you in the right direction? So hopefully you'll take me up on that invitation. But I also want to use this as a teaching moment. Does anybody know why I'm asking you to write something right now? Why do human beings write? I'm going to give you a really big hint, a nice idea to start the morning off. There is no learning if you don't have well-functioning memory systems and well-functioning attention systems. Those are two vital pillars to all of learning. So now if I ask you, why are you writing? Why did I ask you to write something? Hopefully it gets you to pay attention, but mostly it's going to extend your memory. Our memories are very fragile, and so if you write nothing down, you probably don't pass it into long-term memory. Therefore, you're probably really not going to learn very much from the experiences you have. So please do write this down. I hope that that's something that's now intuitive to you. And I'm also going to ask you to keep those pencils out or those tablets out, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you to do a bit of a reflection. In order to sort of see, did this make a difference? I want to challenge you to see or think about, is there anything I'm going to say to you that would be new? Something you haven't heard before? Perhaps 3 things that you didn't know before. And then also 2 things that you're curious about now, that you want to know even further. You want to know a lot more about this. And that's what I hope you'll write me the email on, right? But perhaps the most important thing is, are you willing to do something differently based on the information that we talk about today? Would you actually change your practice as a teacher to do something slightly different based on the information we share, okay? So it's sort of a heads up. I'm going to be asking you this at the very end, so hopefully you'll be able to write these things down. In the course that I teach at Harvard University Extension School, it's called the Neuroscience of Learning. It's an introduction to mind, brain, health, and education. We do 3-2-1s after every single encounter. And it's a really powerful thing, because at the very end of the semester, we pull all of these things together and share them. And people realize, wow, I did learn a lot. And yes, I am so curious now about these aspects about the brain and learning. And these are things, these are promises to myself about how I'm going to better my practice. And so I just want you to know that this is one of those very powerful tools. I hope you guys can also incorporate that into your own courses as well. So I'm going to start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to come back to Oahu. Some of you might have known. My dad grew up in Aiea, and so basically we came back here every single summer ever since I was really little. And so I thought I would be nostalgic and take the opportunity to show you a couple of pictures. It's also the chance for me to also sort of publicly call out my cousin, and publicly embarrass here, and also my auntie, public school teachers here on Oahu who are really exceptional. But the other thing I want to do with this picture is tell you a little bit about my dad, who is probably one of the best teachers I have ever known. And I get the chance to actually observe literally thousands of teachers around the world. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about him, because it's going to help us illustrate what we really mean about the art in the science of teaching. Before we start into my dad, the first thing we're going to talk about is values that have sort of transcended going into the science, understanding neuroscience, what's going on in the brain, really, and how it learns. But what does this do about the things we already value in great teachers, okay? The second thing I'd like to do is to share 6 principles, just 6 small things that a large group of neuroscientists have agreed this is good information for teachers. Because unfortunately, in general settings and through popular press books and sometimes in professional development, teachers receive a lot of information about the brain that doesn't have evidence behind it. And there's actually a group of people, 41 different experts from 11 different countries. In reflecting upon this, they actually could only agree on 6 things that we should tell teachers, and that's what I want to share with you today. And then additionally, I want to leave you with 4 ideas, hopefully big ideas that might be a little bit more transformative, and to think about how you might incorporate that into your own life, okay? So, if we talk about my dad was a teacher for years, but he began not as a teacher. He actually left, he was given a scholarship to study nuclear physics, from ROTC scholarship, right, in UC Berkeley. What he didn't realize is that when you get to Berkeley, nuclear physics in the 60s was not like the thing to do. So there was a bit of protests and things like that, and about in the 2nd year of college, you know, love child, we were born, my sisters and I, and he shifted gears drastically. He had a real change of consciousness. He started to think, what does it really mean to serve your country, to be part of the greater fabric of society, to contribute, to give. So a lot of his friends were off to Peace Corps and stuff like that, but he said, no, I'm going to do something bigger and bolder. I'm going to be a public school teacher. And not only that, he decided that he was not only going to be a public school teacher, he was going to teach math in public schools. And not only was he going to teach math in public schools, he was going to go to some kind of crummy neighborhoods where kids had a lot of trouble, broken homes, drugs, gangs, things like that. So he's going to be a public school teacher teaching math in a bad neighborhood. But to top it all off, to make sure he set himself the biggest challenge possible, he decided to do this in middle school. So he took on this very big challenge, and I watched him develop. I mean, it was a beautiful thing. He actually developed beautifully as a teacher, and I can say that because literally we were born when he was 19, right? So I watched him grow into his career and to see how he really developed in that. And some of the highlights that I'd like to point out, because when he finished being a teacher, I kept thinking, what made him so great? What was it that got kids to stop on the street when they were adults to say, hey, Mr. Toke, good to see you again. Yeah, that's what they called them. I know, 60s, well, anyways. So they would come up to him, they would send him wedding invitations, and they would say things like, you changed my life. And I thought, that is the greatest profession on earth. You get to actually change people's lives. So if I were to sort of list out some of the things that he did that were really important, I'd have to say, I'll give you a handful of them, right? And you guys tell me if you agree, this still makes a great teacher. He really believed that his students could learn. He believed in them. He also had a personal connection with them. He never stopped, knowing everybody's name and talking to them very directly. He also let everyone in that whole classroom feel like they mattered. This group matters. It's not just the individual, it's the collection, right? He also understood their backgrounds and their histories. He knew that they didn't come from some easy households, and he took the time to understand where they were coming from. Some of them were immigrant families. At that time, it was mainly Vietnamese immigrants that were coming into the country. But they were coming into Mexican American neighborhoods, and so there were all these clashes with the gangs and stuff like that. He also knew that different people were bringing different gifts into that classroom. In addition to that, he also knew, he came to know, he didn't know this immediately, but he realized that they could not learn if they were highly emotionally stretched, if they felt anxious or depressed about anything. He knew that these strings of these really extremes of emotional feelings wouldn't allow them to learn. But he also knew some other things, that the kids who had to work 2 or 3 jobs after school to help their families, when they hadn't slept or eaten very well, they also couldn't learn, right? But he has his finger on the pulse there. He also knew that different kids needed different interventions at different times or stages of their growth, which means he didn't just say, oh, we're all going to do problem-based learning, or we're all going to do this kind of motivational activity. He realized different kids reacted to different things at different stages of their own development. But probably the biggest thing is that he knew that he had this power in the classroom. He could get these kids come in and all spaced out and all over the place, but he had this way of capturing them and getting them to focus, right? So if I look at all of these characteristics, I thought, this is really fascinating, because when I began to look into more about what is going on in the brain, it all sort of fit really cleanly. So one of the things I want to share with you is if we talk about the art in the science of learning, if we go now, I was talking about the title is The Science and the Art, but I want to look at from the artistic part going to the science. Is there a connection here? So when I say, you know, he really believed in his students. Well, today you might hear bantered about this idea of a growth mindset. He believed that they would be able, that learning was fluid, that they were going to be able to learn. And when we talk about this now in terms of the brain, we talk about neuroplasticity. Your brain can and does learn throughout the lifespan. So he basically intuitively knew something that we now are calling one thing, but we can actually prove and have evidence at another plane about looking at the brain. When I say that he also had this personal connection with the students. Many of you have heard in some of the presentations about Hattie's work and the effect size. Well, one of these stronger effect size is basically student-teacher relationships, right? But this is actually manifested as understanding that learning is completely social as well as cognitive. You just don't have those things isolated from one another. When I say that this fellow transmitted to everybody in the room, you matter. You are an important part of this learning community. He was being very inclusive for the kids that had all kinds of different difficulties. He was being very inclusive in what he did. He was also, I told you he's a math teacher, this is the best formula he ever taught. 1 + 1 is 3. You have a good idea, and I have a good idea. But the minute we exchange those ideas, we're going to have something even more powerful than any one of us could have come up with by ourselves. And he let the group know that. And he also took advantage of what we now call theory of mind. The way people begin to know who they are is by knowing the other. The more I know you, the better I understand myself. So these things are maybe common terms you've heard of now, but this is actually manifested in this general concept of understanding that all brains are unique, but in addition to that, a great appreciation for human variance. Different people are going to be bringing different things to the table, and that's really important because each of those different kinds of pieces is going to help us create that bigger vision of what it is in our learning dynamics of the classroom. When you talk about the idea that he valued the histories and the background of those kids, he didn't lament that they're not all the same. Oh, you know, this kid is coming from this background, this other background. Some other kids, this kid has lost 2 years of school already. This other one still doesn't speak enough English to be in his class, but he's got to now learn higher math or whatever it is. He understood their backgrounds. And this is when we talk about understanding the kids well enough to be able to teach an authentic learning context. He was able to create math problems that fit their reality. That's authentic learning. But this also means, from a neuroscientific perspective, that we understand and appreciate that all new learning passes through a filter of prior experience. There's nothing that you will learn that's new that your brain doesn't first say, oh, it's a lot of energy to learn. Let me first figure out, do I already know something about this? And all of you who are great teachers, you all really realize that if a person is learning something totally new, the best way, if they can't really grasp or relate it to something that's prior experience, you use an analogy. Analogy, something that's an analogous situation, something that parallels the new concept. That's the #1 best way of helping a brain learn that doesn't have any idea about what you're talking about, especially related to math. So he understood that. He also understood that different kids needed different things. This is now called differentiation in our schools, right? But this also goes to this idea of grit, of helping kids understand and realize it's not just your starting point, man. Stick with it, perseverance. You're going to be able to get to it. It's just that right now, it's easy for this guy because he's had a lot of prior experience with this, but you're going to be able to do this. Hang in there, right? So this is understanding that different people have different types of potentials because of what you're born with. But how many of you have heard of this concept of nature versus nurture? Nature versus nurture? We don't say that anymore. We now say that you are who you are because of the genes you inherited. That's nature, right? You have this genetic potential, right? But only a fraction of that is actually potentiated by your environment, okay? So you are nature via nurture. But here's a very big finding that's coming out of resiliency studies. There are some kids who are born with like not too great genetic makeup and also in a really bad zip code, and they still make it. So in resiliency studies, the big idea was to try to figure out what is playing there. It's not nature, it's not nurture, what's going on? So now we say nature via nurture plus free will. You get to choose what's going to happen. You get to maximize your own potential. And this is one of these very big, powerful things that maybe back in the 60s wasn't naturally intuitive, but I think it's something that my dad really had his finger on. In addition to that, he knew that students could not learn if they had these really extreme emotional states, if they were sad, if they were angry, if they were depressed, if they were anxious, or if they felt bullied and intimidated. If we understand that, we also understand that there's a very big connection between the mind-body connection, right? You guys know the difference between emotions and feelings? And an emotion is something you can't really control. It's of the body. It's a hormone, a neurotransmitter, a chemical that will release, that will make your body have that tight knot in your stomach, or your fist feels like punching somebody out or whatever. Whereas the feeling is of the mind. You get to choose how you react to the emotional state, right? So understanding this balance between mind and body was important, but he also had his finger on the button there of understanding social emotional learning. And this gets to a very big point that we now understand in neuroscience, is that cognition and emotion are inextricably linked. There is no learning without emotion. So if we know all of these things now that we can actually measure that and show that. But the very powerful thing is if you can help teachers understand what is that exact kind of trigger that makes that kid feel that way or have that emotion, how can you now help him feel in a different way? And he also knew that the kids could not concentrate if they were distracted with something, or if they had not slept or eaten well. So also of the mind and of the body. And this leads to a very interesting idea, which I hope is filtered to your schools. We think we have an epidemic of ADHD in our society. What I think is we have a real big problem with sleep hygiene. When you look at a kid and you diagnose and you say, what are the symptoms of ADHD? And then you look at the symptoms of not sleeping enough, identical. So we quickly diagnose and say, this kid has an attention problem. Well, he can't pay attention because he hasn't slept well, right? So this gets us to sort of rethink the way we diagnose things. And the big idea is to begin with the physical. Has the kid eaten well? Has he slept well? Number one. Then from there, if you could say, yeah, he has. Okay, now let's go to the psychological. Are his parents fighting incessantly at home and he's totally distracted because they're about to get divorced? Is it psychological? Then, if none of that's in play, then think about the neurophysiological. Could it be he has a chemical imbalance that's actually causing him to have some kind of an attention problem? But you don't start with drugging that kid. You start off scaling it up. This is a different way to think about how we diagnose things. And this is because my dad really understood something that I tried to express to you about writing. that there is no learning without attention and memory. And attention and memory systems are extremely fragile, and they're impacted by a lot of things in the environment. How well we sleep, how well we eat, our emotional states, all of that influences whether or not we're able to learn or not, okay? He also knew that they had to be totally focused to learn. Learning math problems, especially out of context, how does the quadratic formula fit into my life in the barrio, was really hard for a lot of kids, right? So he understood very clearly about concepts of mindfulness, of being centered and focused and being able to use attention systems to their best. But this also is now being measured through something called the default mode network or the default mode mechanism. We can actually see in the brain what happens when it's slightly quieted and it's focused. So we can now measure some of the things that were intuitively part of the way people teach. And he also knew that different tools were helping different kids at different moments, was what we talk about as far as differentiation is concerned. But he also understood the cycle. Learning is not A to B, and it happens really quickly, okay? It's almost like taking a step up a spiraling staircase where you do 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Because there's something happening in your brain. It's called synaptic pruning, where you're actually refining neural pathways as you go forward with the information. So this means that appreciating the general cycle of learning. It's not just that a kid, but he knew how to do this yesterday, what's wrong with him today? The truth of the matter, that's totally normal. A consolidation of the information as you go along, reconfirm it, use it in a new context, solidify it, prune it. Now I have this refined neural pathway. It makes it quicker to be able to react, right? So we know that there are constant changes in the brain. How many of you have ever taught a little kid how to read, or an adult? Have you ever taught anybody to read? A room full of 2,000 educators, and nobody has taught anybody to read. That's what's going on in Hawaii? Oh, no, okay. Okay, we got a couple of you there. You weren't the parent? Yeah, okay, okay, so have you ever noticed that when you teach somebody to read, right? You teach them symbol to sound, you sound out words, you animate stories, you put your fingers on the words, you do all this days and weeks and months. And one moment, he reads. Did he learn to read in that second? No. There are at least 16 different neural pathways that need to be primed before that kid can actually read. And when they are all ready, then he can read. So one of the bigger ideas that we have here is that appreciating this learning cycle and also understanding there are constant changes in your brain, but most of them are invisible as far as behavior is concerned. So some of us get totally frustrated, right? It's like, I tried this, I tried that, I tried the other thing. This kid's really dense, he doesn't get anything, right? You think, what is wrong with him? The truth of the matter is you are making headway. You are slowly but surely creating what's necessary to have all of those neural circuits ready so that somebody is able to then execute a behavior or an activity or understand how to add or read or whatever it is. But it's very complicated. It's not just like I do one thing, it results in something else. I have to reinforce multiple pathways before that kid will learn to read. So this is understanding and appreciation that there are constant changes, and to understand that cycles are not A to B. They're very much sometimes going backwards, and that's totally normal, right? I guess the big and final point is that he knew he could change the mood. He knew that he could have kids that came in sad or angry or ready to beat each other up, and then he could have them in the same room and he could make them work together. He knew, I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think that you smile because you're happy, or are you happy because you smile? Yes. Both things. So interesting. We know that even like blind babies will smile, so it's an innate thing. When you feel pleasure, you'll smile. But your brain is now so connected to the idea when this combination of muscles is happening, that means I'm happy. So basically, you can make yourself a little bit happier by smiling. But the other thing we know is that when I smile at you, the likelihood is you're going to smile back. And when I see you smiling at me, that makes me even happier, right? So he knew this without anybody telling him the neuroscience. He knew that his mood was contagious. And this gets to the point as far as the brain is concerned, it's called contagion or cognition. First, you have to know what's going on in your brain, what's going on as far as the atmosphere, and then you have to be able to manage it. Am I aware of these social interactions and what it is that is happening here? And then can I actually manage that? Can I change that? And that's really at the heart of all of emotional intelligence or social emotional learning, is actually understanding what is this social dynamic that we have, how is it that we interact with each other, and the dynamics of the classroom. So, standing back from that, basically it's sort of like maybe an over-analysis of what I think was great teaching. My dad was a great teacher, you can leave it at that. But I believe that teaching is teachable. And so having people understand what leads to, what is actually happening in your brain, is a very powerful tool for teachers to have, okay? So why should we overanalyze this? I want to ask you, how do you start questions? What are the words you can use to start a question? How, why, who, what, when. So if all of these are the types of words we use to start questions, I think Sugata said this yesterday, there's some level of questions that if Google or Siri or Alexa can answer it, it's kind of low-level information. It can be found somewhere, right? The joy of learning really comes in being able to tackle these more complex questions, things that are more critical and creative. And so actually getting to the theory of why, if we can ask why and how things work, how is my brain really doing that? I was just at the Punahou schools and Kamehameha schools and loving when you have interactions with kids, they ask the best questions. The best questions. And usually it is, I want to know just how sometimes the memory gets in there and sometimes it doesn't. Brilliant. How does my brain make a memory? Brilliant question. Because they figure, if now I know how to do that, what would I do better the next time? How will I approach that learning a different way? So when we talk about the past, maybe 50 years ago, we really were acknowledging this is great teaching, what we do, and what we call it. Okay, that's important, and that's telling us basically what works, right? So if I say that my dad believed in his students, and we now call that, understanding and fostering growth mindsets, that's very good. And a lot of you are going to be happy to stop there. But I'm going to extend this invitation to some of you who are willing to sort of go beyond just tell me what to do next in the classroom, tell me an activity. And those of you who want to go to the why questions, if you know how your brain works, then you understand why it works. And once you know why it works, it empowers you to now make better choices about the activities and the interactions you have in classrooms, okay? So this is kind of the push to get you to why ask why. And this is very philosophical debate, like we have all these articles from like the 80s, talking about the heuristics of attributional research. My own personal theory is much more aligned to Elmo. You ask why because that is what the brain does. It's insatiable. It's always a 3-year-old mentality. But why? But why? But why? That's brilliant. And if we can sort of recapture that in our own formation as teachers, that's really the essence of why we all became teachers, I think. At least for me, I became a teacher because it's the closest thing to being an eternal student. It's so cool to learn new stuff, right? So hopefully we can recapture that, and I can convince some of you guys to tip in this direction. So in summary, then I'd say basically, the essence of great teaching has not changed that much. I think that my dad would still be a great teacher right now if he was still teaching, because the things that he did, that artistry, I think are still valued. What has changed is our better understanding of what influences student learning outcomes. So we now have more longitudinal studies. For example, education is only about 150 years old, but now we can actually compare whole cohorts of kids who grew up and some who did something and some who didn't do another. For example, those who did brain gym and those who didn't. And we follow them for 14 years, and we realize there's absolutely zero difference in their abilities after they've gone through that program. So this informs decisions about what we choose to do and how we spend our time in our classrooms. We also now have internationally comparative scales. This means that we can look at and understand what is true about all human brains, and then what things are changed due to cultural influences, especially things like artifacts like writing. For example, how many of you know what that says? Niju ichi, right? That's 21, okay? In Japanese, very interesting. If you write in Japanese, you have 2, 10, 1. Totally logical, right? Very interesting. It's kind of like the way we used to write Roman numerals, right? You have two, you have the 2 10s and then you have the 1. But these days, when we use the Arabic numerals, sometimes this doesn't make the same logical sense, and actually it's a distinct neural pathway in your brain that is hanging on to that piece of information, which is very interesting because stylistically it's changed. But did you know that original Arabic numbers actually were totally logical? You just had to count the number of angles. Do you see 2 angles? 2 has 2 angles, and 1 has 1 angle. So think about 3, same thing. 4. So the numbers used to be more logical than they are now, but this changes the way that you have neural pathways in your brain for sort of storing things like numbers and letters, okay? And we also have information that is methodologically comparative. We can now compare scales. Before we used to think, oh, that's qualitative research, that's quantitative, or that has to do with developmental trajectories of a kid, or that's a classroom intervention. But now, thanks to this wonderful work of John Hetty, you're able to actually compare very different things and look at their effect sizes. What is really worth doing in classroom settings? So the idea would be to understand the things that do harm, try to stay away from the things that are just developmental. If you just sit there, you're going to learn something because you're going to mature, and your brain cannot not learn. Your brain is going to take in something, even if you do nothing else. Or having just, an average teacher, or really having exceptional teachers. We can now look at this and make decisions about the types of things we incorporate into our classroom activities. So this means that I'd like to propose to you now a change in education that incorporates mind, brain, and education science. And I say that we need to do this now is because we've been trying for about 150 years to figure this out, and we haven't quite mastered it. Is there anybody here who is really sure that they maximize the potential of every single kid in their classroom every year? We haven't really mastered this craft yet, right? And so my suggestion is that we actually have to embrace a slightly more complex way and a more comprehensive way of understanding the brain and how it learns, and that is offered by Mind, Brain, and Education Science. The brain is the most complex organism in the universe, and it's your organ of work. We have to know a little bit more about it. Answers to education cannot be simplistic, which is why I wrote a book. It's on neural myths. It's really a fun book. It actually talks about, well, why do we think people use 10% of their brain? Or why would you think that there are different types of abilities in the right and left hemisphere? And why would you think that boys and girls are different? Well, it has a good history. We understand why we used to think like that. But now we have some new information. Now, how should we think about that? So this tells us that we have to learn a little bit more about the brain as teachers and teacher education. So that's sort of my pitch to you, is that we've evolved a bit in our understanding, and it will make us better practitioners. So silently read this, soak it up, take a bunch of pictures, make it your screensaver. Leslie Hart recommended in the early 80s that if you are going to pretend to design an educational experience, help another learn, it is almost like saying, go ahead, can you please sew me a glove? And if you don't understand how hands are made or structured, it'd be impossible to make that glove. He suggested back then that teachers who pretend to design educational experiences without a better understanding of the brain are going to be handicapped. You might, sort of by descriptive idea, get some kind of an idea, make some kind of a glove. Or you might create some kind of a lesson that hits some kids sometimes. But you're not going to be able to maximize the potential of all those kids in your room without a better understanding of the brain. Okay, so bottom line, unfortunately, after looking at worldwide studies from 2009 all the way until the present around the world, unfortunately, most teachers do not know a whole lot about the brain. In fact, most teachers have never had an official course, for example, about the brain and learning. And that's very unfortunate because most of them would actually say they want to have a course on this. So back in 2017, the OECD countries, I was lucky enough to be on this panel, that was making recommendations to all these governments, including the United States, that said, teacher education has to include more information about how the brain works. And that's sort of the change that's happening right now. So if we look at this from this other perspective, people usually buy into this. Most teachers, if you ask them, and this is a recent survey that was done of about, I think it was 10,000 teachers. It was done online, and they asked, do you want to know more about the brain? And most teachers say, oh yeah, I do. But they don't know what to believe, and they don't know what should be taught. So we decide, okay, yes, teachers should know more about the brain, but what should they actually learn? What is the information that would be good to start to share with them? And by the way, just parenthetically, if you see things that are brain-based learning and all the rest of it, and it sounds a little bit too easy, there's a really high probability it is not founded in evidence, nor will it work, unfortunately. So I'll talk a little bit more about the study that we did. But if we created what was called a Delphi panel, which is a panel of experts, right, in a field. So we asked a lot of educational neuroscientists, we asked people in cognitive psychology, educational experts. We asked them to review information. And the reason we used a Delphi panel is because it's not just my idea, it's not just your idea, it's not one author's vision. It was basically saying, here's a bunch of really smart people who know a lot about this topic. Let's see if they have consensus about what we should tell teachers, okay? And that's why we use a Delphi panel, because it seeks consensus. And we compared information from a Delphi that was done 10 years ago to one that was done now to see what they believe. What we wanted to ask them is there anything that is really true about all brains and human learning that we should tell teachers? And then are there things that are also true, tenets, but that might have a huge range of human variation? For example, do you guys think that motivation is important for learning? Yeah, but what motivates you does not motivate him. So saying, oh, let's do a motivational activity, it's like, for who? For who? Because different people are motivated by different things. So we know this is very important in learning. Motivation is very important. But what motivates one person might not motivate another. There's a huge range of human variance, right? So there's some things that are true for everybody all the time in all contexts. And there's some things that are true but have a huge range of human variance. So those are principles and tenets. In addition to that, then, we also asked them a bunch of other questions, but we're not going to have time to go into that right now. But if you want, on the website, there's a video summary of all of the findings that are there, and also the 600-page report if you want some light reading over the weekend. Okay? So what are the things that came out of that? We sent 109 invitations to all continents, and 41 people responded and participated from 11 different countries. And they were some really tough cookies. Like think of the greatest names you've ever thought of. The experts on childhood development, the experts, Jack Shonkoff at the Harvard Center for the Developing Child, Mary Helen Mordino-Yang, people who are great on emotions. We got all of these really tough cookies to get together to see if there was anything they agreed on. And we looked at all the things that teachers were exposed to in teacher literature and professional development things. Basically, that children had to drink a lot of water, right? Or their brains will shrink. Or that mental capacity is hereditary and it can't be changed by experience. Or that children have attention spans equal to their age plus 1. Interesting. Or that listening to classical music would increase their reasoning ability, or that people use 10% of their brains, or that brain development hasn't finished by the time somebody's in puberty, or when we sleep the brain shuts down, or that some people are right-brained or left-brained. We asked them this, we asked them more than 100 different things. And they couldn't just say, I agree or disagree. They actually had to provide evidence. So they say, well, Here's my evidence. We do not use 10% of our brain. That's just due to poor brain imaging back in the 90s. Here's my evidence, looking at neural networks. You're using so much more than 10% of the brain. Here's my paper, my research. And we created these nice folders of all of this evidence. And then we sent it back to the whole group. Well, 98% of you believe that neuroplasticity exists, and here's the evidence. Do you agree on how it's worded and how we should share it with teachers? And so we went back and forth to get consensus, right? Unfortunately, what we found out of those 100 different things is that there were more myths being floated in teacher education than there were truths. And there was a lot of stuff because, unfortunately, a lot of people believe in myths because it makes it easy. We like to be told, just paint your room a light green. We have evidence, prisons, when they're painted light green, there's less fighting, therefore paint your classroom that way. It's like, no. If it sounds too easy or too good to be true, it usually is not true, okay? So coming through with that, we have now some published reports in case you're interested in having a look at that sort of summarizes this. But understanding the myths is a really big part of teacher education, getting away from those myths and then hanging on to those few good things. So over the past 10 years, teacher education has evolved a bit. What's fascinating is that the science has only been confirmed. 10 years ago, we thought that there were only 5 things we should tell teachers. Now there's 6, which is very interesting. But 10 years ago, we only had like 29 myths, but now we have more than 70 myths. This means like a little knowledge is a dangerous thing, right? People know a teeny bit and they start to run with stuff and they make stuff up, right? So this leads to a kind of a pathway. How should teachers be formed in the future? Number 1, we got to get rid of the myths. We have to get rid of this right and left brain discussion. And then we can teach the few good things that are true, these handful of things that are true about the human brain. Then we can get into the subtleties. This is also true. Motivation, for example, sleep. All these things are important for learning, but guess what? There's a huge range of human variance, so I can't dictate exactly how to do it, right? Then we must take into consideration the cultural contexts in which this is occurring because of those things like the cultural artifacts I was mentioning to you that do slightly change things a little bit, right? And after we've done all that, then we can talk about, okay, this is a great activity for your class or something like that. But we shouldn't jump to say, what should I do? I want to do brain-based stuff. Tell me what to do. Again, a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. We're going to talk about some of those myths in just a second. But this means actually embracing things that come from all of the learning sciences. This means understanding a little bit more about how nutrition influences learning or how sleep can change potential to learn. And also understanding things about what's going on in people's brains are working a little bit differently. Every single person's. Now, what's going on in this kid's brain, right? Understanding a bit more about neuroscience and psychology. And actually reaching this midpoint, everybody is studying how the brain learns. Mind, brain, and education science tries to study how we should teach to take advantage of what we know about how the brain learns, okay? So it's a slightly different vision of how we should undertake teacher education. The beauty of mind, brain, and education science from my perspective is that different researchers are doing things at different levels. So there's some people who are really looking at this molecular level. How are cells changed? How are neural networks built, right? But other people in mind, brain, and education science are looking at a kid. Why is this kid who's got a twin so different from his twin? We look at individuals and how that works. But mind, brain, and education science is very complex, and it takes on actually things like the classroom, which are lots of groups of people, individuals with billions of neurons and all kinds of firings, and tries to understand the dynamic of that space. For example, the Brain and Behavior Institute in Queensland in Australia is now doing this amazing study looking at a real lab situation. So they create a lab school where they observe these kids, and they come for 6 to 7 weeks to do things like study science, 7th grade science, with their real teacher. But they're wired up. They have something on like a Fitbit that measures their blood pressure, heart rate. They're microphoned up so that they can hear all the conversations. And every once in a while, they'll lick a little piece of paper, and so you can get a measure of cortisol to see what level of stress they might be experiencing based on what's happening. And this huge analysis is helping us understand the messiness of a classroom and how one kid can tip all these others into doing something wrong or whatever. How does this dynamic work? And that's all part of mind, brain, and education science as well. But then there's this additional field that looks at global comparisons, and it's called cultural neuroscience. We're looking at seeing how different groups of people, whole societies, might differ from others in the way their brains are actually taking on information. So mind, brain, and education science is beautiful and broad. It's got a lot of different angles to it, but this would be part of the start here. And this means basically asking us to have a new model. It means taking mind, brain, and education, understanding information, for example, that comes from visible learning, good, concrete educational research, and then coming up with a different way to think about teacher formation. A teacher is a teacher is a teacher. Unlike every other profession on the earth that sort of has a hierarchy, you can be somebody who's a newbie, like you just got out of teacher college and you're called a teacher. And you can be somebody like Robert who's been teaching for 45 years and you're still a teacher. What do they do in England now, which is very interesting? They have a 5-tiered approach. They say, look, you're newly qualified, that's interesting, but then we want you to become more proficient, and then you're advanced, and then you might become, hopefully, someday you'll be an expert, and a handful of you are going to become master teachers. And that's really cool, because then they recycle the master teachers. When they're about to retire, they keep them on for 2 more years to accompany the new teachers. Because we lose a huge amount of excellent teachers in the first 1-2 years of teaching, because it's like, oh no, they didn't teach me that. They get to the real classroom and the reality is so hard. But instead, this idea is that you accompany them throughout their profession. So you go deeper into your profession, right? You learn more about the brain, you learn more about techniques and different activities, but you don't learn more stuff, you also go deeper. You become more deeply understanding of your field. And this means moving from education to actually now becoming learning scientists. And I just want you to take 1 second to think to yourself, am I willing to go there? Many teachers say, look, I'm happy, I'm a teacher, just, I don't want to get into that whole brain stuff. And that's okay, But I just like to put out the plea. At this stage of the game, we really need at least a handful of brave people who are saying, I am willing to become a learning scientist because I understand that education alone has not been able to answer all of the questions I have about how to tackle all of the kids in my class and help them learn to their best potential. It's moving on. It's a different vision of how we think of education. And this means in teacher education programs, there's a new kind of a curriculum. Teachers will learn a bit more about things related to neuroscience and psychology, not just how to do a lesson plan, but actually how do people become motivated? And what is consciousness? How do memories get solidified in your brain? You say, oh, I did this perfect activity. How come they just didn't remember it? How does that happen in the brain? When and how are attention spans, called upon? All of those different things have to now become part of new teacher education. And there are groups doing this. If you haven't heard of the Deans for Impact, it's a powerful group. It's teacher colleges a consortium of teacher colleges that have decided to embrace more information about the brain for their teachers. They realize this is a necessity. So going back to this, looking at neuromyths, looking at principles and tenets, I just want to mention a handful of each of these things so that we can be a little bit clear. Using the OECD criteria of things that have good evidence, some things that are probably so, but mixed evidence, some things that are intelligent speculation, and things that are just myths, we come to the conclusion that everything you see on the screen right here is a myth. And these things are myths because back in the day, maybe in the 80s, early 90s, when we only had these little cartoon drawings of things, it was a good approximation of what we thought we knew. And it sells books. There's a fellow I've presented in similar conferences, very interesting. His books sell like hotcakes because he suggests you do things like sit in circles and pass around a candle because boys need contact with flame. or fire, yeah, before they are focused. Okay, cool. But guess what? I bet every kid in that room is really like cool, you know? So I don't think it's the flame thing. But anyways, people promote all kinds of very interesting things, okay? Everything here is a myth. And if you want the research on every single one of these, we have volumes discrediting things that are up there. Because we begin to know slightly more about the brain. We know that the brain is also you don't have a learning style, guys. Everybody is visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. But if you tell a kid when he's 10 years old, oh yeah, and you are totally an auditory learner. And I'm visual, that's why you didn't learn very well. It does harm to that kid. But if you tell him he's an auditory learner, actually he will spend the rest of his life looking for auditory cues. And he will actually become better at that because he's sort of narrowed in on that modality. But if you give your brain the chance, it really wants to learn through all of the modalities. It's always trying to get all the information it possibly can. So there's no such thing as learning styles. You cannot multitask. Ta-da! All of you who think that you are now correcting homework and listening to me, you are not. Your brain can only do one heavy cognitive load thing at a time, okay? If something is habituated, like chopping the vegetables and talking to your sister on the telephone, you can look like you're doing multiple things because it's low energy on your brain. It's a habituated task, right? But if even one single high cognitive task occurs, like your kid runs in with a bloody finger, or your sister starts to tell you something really traumatic on the telephone, you have to stop everything because your brain pays attention to one heavy cognitive load task at a time, okay? Multiple myths that occur, okay? So multitasking does not exist. And the reason we want to get rid of them is basically neuromyths simply do harm. When you tell a girl she doesn't have the right kind of a head for science or logical or mathematical things, you do harm, okay? When you tell a kid, you know, you only use 10% of the brain and, oh, you're full. Oh well. That does harm, okay? So we want to get away from this because of the reason they do harm. And now we have this more complex understanding. You can measure the brain, how it works electrically or chemically or by oxygenation or different types of increases in white matter tract. All of these different things are ways that we can measure the brain. And this kind of beautiful complexity, even if you're not attracted to brain scans, makes you appreciate just one thing. I want you to hopefully write this down. Your brain does not work by saying, oh, let's stimulate the reading part of your brain, or something like that. Or math or logic is in this part of the brain, or whatever. It's actually composed of incredibly complex networks. There is nothing your brain does that's only one hemisphere or another. It is always an integrated system, always, okay? So now, I don't know if any of you have seen these newer scans from the Connectome project, but the Connectome project actually combines all of these different types of neuroimaging. It shows you the electrical, the chemical, the white tract, it puts them all together so that we can have a more complex appreciation of just how the brain really works. And based on all of this information, we can now say, okay, yeah, maybe there is a node. A node means a place in the brain where the signal passes through multiple times during a specific activity. Maybe there are specific nodes, but that's not where language is. That's not where reasoning is. It's not in a single part of the brain. That's called localizationalism. And it kind of went out of style in about 1895, okay? We don't talk about this piece of your brain does X, okay? It's a much more complex system of different types of networks. And one of the brilliant things that we've been working on, for example, with Punahou teachers and literacy, is if teachers can understand there's at least these 16 networks that have to be primed. When the teachers understand that, they become better at analyzing and diagnosing what the problem the kid has, okay? So they realize, is this really a working memory problem, or is it semantic recall? He doesn't remember the meaning of the word. Or is this a problem that he's not able to combine all of the symbols correctly So he's not a fluid reader, but what does that mean, right? So breaking those down into their smaller parts, we can make more accurate interventions in our classrooms, okay? So based on this information, I want to ask you guys some quick true or false. And they're not really true or false because there's no such thing as truths in science. There's just more evidence or less evidence. So it's really, is this really strongly evidence-based, or is this probably so, or is this intelligent speculation? For example, it's intelligent speculation to think that men and women's brains are different because from the outside they look a little bit different. But there's just not enough evidence to say that there's any difference. There's only about 5 physiological differences in the brain, and there's no studies that show that that actually manifests itself into different behavior. There's a lot of studies on hormones, definitely, that changes behavior. And men and women share the same hormones, but in different proportions. But it's not because their brains can't do something. So maybe there's only one study on children showing that there's a slight advantage to boys learning spatial activities, but if you give girls 4 repetitions of new training, they do it better than the boys. So it doesn't really matter. There's no dominance of skill sets based on gender. It's an intelligent speculation, but it's just not true, okay? So I'm going to give you a couple of questions, and I'd like you to tell me where it falls. Is this true or false? So test your own knowledge about the brain, okay? Human brains are as unique as human faces. First of all, what does that mean? Ask the person at the table next to you if you think you agree on an answer to that. Human brains are as unique as human faces. The bottom line idea is this, right? You have 2 eyes and 2 eyes and 2 eyes, and you have 1 nose and 1 nose and 1 nose, and you have 2 ears and 2 ears. Everybody's got the same parts, right? Same thing about the brains. We all have the same parts of our brains. Does anybody have the same face in here? No way. And this is the same thing about your brain. What changes the brain? What makes the brain unique? What makes the brain unique? Let's just even put it farther. If you have 2 identical twins, their faces look the same. Are their brains the same? No. Why are their brains different? Experience. Development. Experience. Experience changes the brain, okay? So the uniqueness of the brain, this is the wording, by the way. I didn't have this confluted word. The experts agreed. It was very hard to parse words to come to something that 41 people would agree on, but this is the statement that these 41 neuroscientists agreed on. This is true. Tell the teachers this. And if you tell the teachers this, it has implications, doesn't it? What does this tell you about teaching? If you know that brains are unique, what does this tell you about sort of like testing requirements, or think about standards instead of mastery, or using other things like universal design for learning as opposed to other curriculum structures? It tells you a lot and makes you think. And hopefully some of your policies might change based on that single idea about the brain. How about this one? All brains are equally prepared for all tasks. No, this goes to the point based on the different potentials, right? Thanks to the good genes you got from your parents, thanks to the wonderful environment you grew up in, some of those genes are potentiated. And thanks to your own decisions about what to do in your life, you have different potentials for different types of things, different activities. Now, if you know that's true, what does that tell you about teaching? What does that tell you about differentiation or inclusion learning? Or does that tell you anything about, how we send homework? Do all kids need the same thing? One of the easiest low-hanging fruits that we can do in schools is differentiate homework. How many times does a brain need to see something before it knows it? If you dare to answer this, it means you've listened to a neuromyth. The answer should always be, in education, whenever somebody asks you a question about the brain, what should it be? It depends. This is my friends over here from Punahou. Okay, it depends. It depends on prior experience. If this kid has a really strong foundation in addition, I can probably teach him to do subtraction in 10 steps. You know, he sees a new thing, he sees the difference between subtraction and addition, he has past knowledge, he can do it fast. But if this kid is weak in addition, I'm trying to teach him subtraction, it might take him 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews of the same concept, right? Differentiating homework for those kids is probably one of the lowest hanging fruits that we have to be able to attend to different potentials. How about this one? Past information influences how you know something new. Absolutely. Your brain is so smart. It does not want to expend energy where it doesn't need to. So the first thing that your brain will do is that we'll look at and try to understand, what do I already know about this? Before it tries to learn something new, it first passes through the filter of prior experience. And this is huge. If you write nothing else down, write this down. The more you know, the more you can know. Because things pass through the filter of prior experience, the more experiences you have potentiate different types of connections, which means at some point you could connect things to other things that you might not have connected before. The more you know, the more you can know. And all new learning passes through the filter of prior experience, okay? We need to know our students well enough, though, to take advantage of that. How about this? The brain changes constantly with experience. Do you believe that? Absolutely. And usually this occurs, though it can occur beforehand, normally changes occur at a molecular level before you see it in behavior. Remember the example of the kid reading? A lot of these changes are slowly occurring in the brain before you actually see the kid has done something that shows you an activity, that he has actually learned something, okay? What about plasticity? You guys all buy into the idea that your brains are plastic? Yes? When does your brain stop learning? When you die. Very good, yes. You learn until the day you die, okay? And this is a really big and an important idea to take into consideration. Many people think, oh no, it's all downhill after adolescence, right? Oh no, it's too hard to learn when I'm an adult. Guess what? There's some truth to this. The energy it takes to learn something new when you're older is slightly more because you basically have to unlearn an awful lot of things before you have the new learning. So it's almost twice as much energy because you're having to decouple things. So it's always better to learn it the first time around. If a kid has learned through habituated behavior that it's okay that his dad hits his mom and he begins to hit his girlfriend, in order to break that, you actually have to unlearn a behavior to learn a new thing, which takes more energy than just doing it right the first time, right? Okay? There's no learning without some form of memory and attention. That's the very first thing I was hoping you guys would remember today. Okay, so memory and attention are vital to learning. Okay, so we talked about these well-established things. We mentioned some of these neuromyths, and just so that you know this idea of the tenets. The tenets are things that are true for all human brains, except for there's a big range in human variation. We all have bodies, but they all are a little bit different, right? We all sleep, but we all have slightly different patterns, right? Those things are totally normal. We found 21 things with the experts that are true, but there's a huge range of human variance, which is why you can't dictate. You can never tell, oh, you're a 9-year-old, therefore you should sleep. Let me do the calculation. X amount of time. Doesn't work. It is normal for a human being to sleep between 4.5 and 12 hours. That's normal. The average person might sleep 8, but it's normal in this range. Know thyself. People have to understand themselves to be able to measure what's correct. So these are the 21 things, and we don't have time to go into them, but there are some summaries about this information on the website if you'd like to look into these things and the implications they have for teaching and learning, right? The big idea is that if anybody tells you, oh, I have an attention-getting activity, or I have a motivational activity I'm going to teach you, tell them, it's like throwing spaghetti at a wall. Some of it's going to stick with some of those kids, and some of it's not. Different kids need different things at different times. Remember that, okay? Okay, so looking at these different tenets and motivations, the only thing I just wanted to share with you is a couple more myths. Read and weep. There are more than 70. I'm just throwing up a couple of the more common ones just so that you're clear on this. And if anybody wants to talk to me afterwards, we do have a Q&A session. I'm very happy to go deep into the research on each of these points. But just sort of want to call this to your attention, because these are things that we see in the popular press. These are things that we see all the time, but we have to break that before we can actually get to the good information, okay? I'm sorry, I told my editor, it's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And they said, no, this is for millennial teachers. They really will like this whole like comic book angle. And I'm like, oh no. This is the cover of my very serious book, okay? Anyways, okay. And we said that myths do harm because we know that one of the greatest influencing factors in student success is what a student thinks of his own ability to achieve. And all myths do harm. They lower that potential. They lower the ability, the thought process of the kid, I can do this. Okay? So we have to get rid of myths because of that. Okay, so I can see a lot of you here, a little bit of nerves or whatever. Hopefully most of you, what are the possible outcomes? Many, hopefully most of you are going to say, terrific. I feel totally vindicated. I'm doing this right. And that's great. We're going to have a lot of happy teachers. That's pretty good. I think that's going to be the majority of this group, right? And then some of you, though, are going to feel a little confused, and maybe some of you are going to feel even attacked. Because if I tell you something like, Brain Gym doesn't work, and you are a Brain Gym representative, you're probably feeling really bad right now, right? And then there might be some of you who are actually feeling a little bit panicked because you're about to present something and you have to run out right now and change some slides. I presume this is going to happen, but what I really hope happens, and I was always taught, instead of saying the word but, you should always say and it doesn't really change the meaning. It's much more positive. Is that true? I don't know. And I hope that everybody leaves. 100% of us are going to leave with this kind of tickle about feeling, oh, this is cool, but I don't really get it. And that's a healthy confusion, right? And that it leads to intellectual curiosity, and that hopefully that intellectual curiosity will lead to better knowledge. But the whole idea is this: it doesn't stop at knowledge. There's a big saying in Latin, right? To know is not enough, right? Knowing stuff is cool, but it actually means nothing in our profession. You can know a lot of things, but unless you operationalize it, unless you use it, unless you take advantage of it, it makes no difference to our profession. So to know is not enough. You have to go beyond knowing and actually buy into doing something. And I would recommend, if you guys have the chance, this is the penultimate slide here. There's a very simple thing that all teachers could do, and I don't think we realize this. Did you know that teachers do more experiments in one day than a neuroscientist does in their entire life? Did you know that? This is the most important profession in society. But to move into this field of learning scientists instead of educators, learning scientists, I'm now using evidence, we have to become better at documenting things. And I know you do this in your head already, but just get a notebook. What did I plan to do? What did I really do? Did it work? Why or why not? Just that small piece of reflection at the end of the day will make us all better teachers, okay? So remember, I promised you I'm going to make you go to work here. I don't know if I did or not, but I will feel successful if you can tell me, I learned these 3 things. At least I learned 3 things, okay? And there's 2 things I want to know more about, and there's 1 thing I might change. Can I give you 1 minute of silence before I wrap this up? I would like you to do it now, because if you stand up and walk out of this room without writing it down, I promise you, it's gone by lunchtime. Please write it down right now. 3, 2, 1. 3 things you didn't know before, 2 things that you're curious about now, and 1 thing that you think you're going to change about your professional practice based on the information we shared today. And then I'm going to give you my 4 big ideas, and we can compare notes, okay? And it's totally not cheating to talk. Did she really say whatever? Oh, did you get the same thing? It's okay to talk. That's part of learning. 1 + 1 is 3. I would like to motivate you to do the same exercise on any of the sessions you go to today. And this is kind of like putting your finger on the pulse. Was this worth going to? I learned something new. I'm curious about something now, and I'm going to do something different. That's a big deal, okay? So in summary, I told you I was going to leave you with 4 big ideas. This is the last slide here. Mind, brain, and education is very cool, and in general, it confirms best practice teaching. For the most part, we can actually find direct correlations between what we know goes on in the brain and what teachers do in this beautiful art that they have of teaching, okay? Mind, brain, and education is also a transdisciplinary vision. It sort of trains you to always look at things not only just from an educator's perspective, but what's going on from a biological perspective or a nutritional perspective or psychological perspective. And it's superior than just looking at one vision. There's no problem you will ever face in life that is better attended to by just looking at it like a mathematician, a historian, an artist. Transdisciplinary thinking is really much more superior, okay? The third idea is that I'd like to challenge you to take on this idea that you are learning scientists. And this moves our work into being not only art, but also evidence-based. And the fourth idea is to not just come to conferences like this to ask, what should I do next? But ask, why does it work? Get to the why, okay? I hope those are things that have also jumped out at you today. I will leave you with the same kind of an invitation. Please write to me if you have any doubts or questions. I love talking to people who care about this topic. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an till I broke the rules, my life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly off away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero? Over the edge, feel like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm feeling exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear I've weighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Fearless. have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the ninth inning, there ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night, got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, hear them scream, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it all, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it 5 grand now, feeling in command now. They're looking right at me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more. Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do? I don't give a damn if you say you disapprove. I'm gonna make my move, I'm gonna make it soon. And I'll do it cause it's what I wanna fucking do. Cause all these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction. Cause you hold the power as long as you're dreaming.
There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking
fight back. You ain't never ever gonna break it. You can never beat them and they're better than you face it. Thinking that they give a damn, you're not thinking straight, kid. No, they don't give a damn, you got what I'm saying. I'm not fucking playing, I'll give it to you straight, man. There's too many others and you're not that great, man. Stop what you're saying, stop what you're making. Everybody here knows that you just faking. Nah, I don't wanna hear it anymore, I don't wanna hear it anymore. All these fucking thoughts, they are not what I need anymore. I'm about to shut the motherfucking door on all you poor ass haters with your heads in the clouds, talking out loud so proud. You better shut your goddamn mouth before I do more speak out. It's about to head south.
Never gonna make it. There's no way that you make it. And maybe you can fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back? Fucking fight back.
Straight out of the 949. OC. Yeah. You can't stop this show. It's fucking chronic, yo. It's fucking toxic like an alcoholic logic flow. It's catastrophic like a psychotic erotico. Cause even though I wanna quit her, man, she kinda dope. I gotta go. I never slow down, everybody knows now. We the best to throw down. Parties in the SoCal. We getting so loud. Party with the whole crowd. Kick the haters all out. Taking away all now. I've been hella focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice. There they go now, yeah. Welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown. I'ma get it right. Focused, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice. There they go now, yeah. Welcome to my show, bitch. This my hometown. I'ma get it right. Stereo, I got a fucking plan and you know that I'ma make it. Oh, I'm the fucking man when I'm sitting in the studio. Feeling hella slammed cause I'm sucking down these fluids, yo. I'm about to throw down, I never slow down. From the bottom to the top, I fucking grow now. Chris Bryant in this bitch, I'm fucking pro now. Hitting home runs at every single show now. Let's go. I got a couple shots in my system of that whiskey. I'm the best in fucking town in this motherfucking city. Everybody knows me now cause I'm staying hella busy. Got the ladies all around thinking that I'm hella filthy cause I'm guilty, yo. You gon' hear me on the radio. I could give a fuck what you get tonight is audio. I'm not a show, the opposite of dropping dough. Saving up, I'm stopping no. I'm rocking on this domino and push it till they bobbing. Never focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Focus, never slow down. Put my shit out in the open, so you know now. Everybody's taking notice, there they go now. Yeah, welcome to my show, bitch. It's my hometown, I'ma get it right. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you win. Easier to break it off as friends. I don't really understand myself, I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shape me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah.
She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. That body, baby, show me. Yeah, I heard you look good in a sundress. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, 'cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. Where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes, and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. Yeah, my hands steady, I feel ready, but my legs heavy, I don't get it. How come I haven't hit it already? Still working, I'm still learning, I'm still searching, finally earning something, finally turning something called a profit. If I hear you talking shit, don't get caught in it. I'll be popping off and hit your ass, dropping all your shit. Yeah, I promise this, I got promises, you ain't stopping this. Cross my shit, you'll be knocked unconscious, bitch. That's the consequence, I got this, I will not quit. Man, I'm on it, honest, I'm gon' launch quick, then I'm gone. It's just a matter of time before I'm over the climb and moving under my prime. Just quit my 9 to 5, I'm rocking and they watching, cause it's shocking. Dropping all these top 10 songs, so stopping. It's time to live my life, it's time to live, not die. Wish I could slow down time and just enjoy the climb.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bruh. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. I got this, man, I got it. I will not quit, I'm on it. Never rock it. Got the block lit, I'm toxic. Spitting logic, make them nauseous. Honest, then I stuck it. Never cautious, drop it. I'm the hardest. Dark, bitch, watch it. I'm the fucking king of rock, bitch. Pop it, spitting hot shit. I'm topic, chronic. I think I'm motherfucking lost it. Back, better facts, making racks where it's at. Have my back to the map, not an act, that's a fact. We attack in a back, no react, no react. Think I'm black, off his back. While I rap, not the step, going down, give a crap. We're advanced, I'm the man. Gotta play it better than both brands. Goddamn, I'm a rhyme till I die. Never lie, that's a lie. I don't try, I defy. Get the nod that I'm right, yeah.
The studio, like a student though, working on a movement, yeah, I'll do it cause I'm in the zone. And you know that I'm ready for the shows, how it goes, I don't know, but I'm waiting till I'm chose. Front row, here I go, all these people wanna know what you think of them lately. Do you really love me, or do you really hate me? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you grade me? All this social media has got me going crazy lately. Everything's inflated, mainly, everyone's invaded. Privacy is naked, man, I really hate it. God, I really hate it. I just wanna make it through all this fake shit. Living in the real life, living for some real times. Talk about the real climb, passionate in real rhymes. Steal time back from my 9 to 5, taking back my fucking life. I just wanna feel alive.
And I'm the one to get it, bro. I swear to God I get it, bro. So don't just let me get it.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm gonna get it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm the one to get it, bruh. I swear to God I'll get it, bro. Hey, I ain't never giving up. Said I never give up. Fake it till I make it. Motherfucking take it back from these haters. Playing tracks for the traitors. Got the passion in depth when it happens. Factions take action, drafting their captains. It's happening. I'm raising my status, facing the madness. I'm out gaining traction, avoid the distractions. I'm snapping, no captions, attracting reactions, adapting, attacking, commanding the masses. I'm practicing habits, I don't fucking ask it, I just fucking grab it. I am never static, massively active, expanding, backslid, planning to have it. So I will go capture it, and I'ma stay after it. I'm gonna fucking master it, put them on blast it. They will never last it, don't be so dramatic. Not my demographic, this shit is democratic. They won't affect, yeah, bitch.
I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that'll trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough, and I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove, to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost. He's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30 years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, isn't time running out? When does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for 2 or 3 years, super, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and everything that you would want a parent to be. Right. Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? I'm okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that and then kind of go with that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove, and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I've referred to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, did you know I used to work for your grandfather? I'm like, no. Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business? No. Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And it said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking. Stephen, I've watched the dude go from your grandfather to your daddy. And that's how he talked, right? Your daddy. I remember that. He goes, I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better. I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay, all right. And then he goes, I want you to hear me out. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer. I said, yes, sir. All right. He said, what's the difference between a rich man and a poor man? I'm like, well, duh, money, right? Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, no, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because, I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff, and
it
so I wanted
like
all that to kind of
furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know, but and he laughed it off, and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, "Stephen, Scoggins don't get ahead; they just get by." I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. You know, the problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. You know, and I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping, but he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational, like it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind, you know, the alcohol was?
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because you know when he was going to school. You remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or grease, right? So, I mean, that was kind of his thing. And, you know, I remember him getting, he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, you know, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked. So he was stationed at Paris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to, you know, to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
The drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so it's it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. You know, I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Mm. Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how, as you get older, with more perspective, and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can, and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, the same age. I remember the moment, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. My dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. Mm-hmm. But, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, "This is the moment that my dad decided to leave." Right? Mm-hmm. Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him, and I had to talk to him about it, and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off. Yeah. Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. It's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me. Just she was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem was I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization. And he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. It's like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore all of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up? Mm-hmm. The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right? You're good, bad, or indifferent.
And then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any a better word to say it. For example, have you done anything with Ancestry.com? Like you ever gone down the rabbit hole of all right, so I have. Okay, well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA Kit. So I went down the rabbit hole
just first. Talking to someone about this morning, because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. Like we just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah. So I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian. So technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5 foot nothing. And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay. So I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because They got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by, like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just decided I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships, because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this? And it wasn't a choice. It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bath. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times. Right. I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right. But how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases. And a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rear view mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
yeah, I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. You know, it's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, you know, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. What does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means. If
So,
he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology, there's all this philosophical behavior, there's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, you know, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords, right? And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way. But at the end of the day, it's because people don't want a guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repetitively over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right. Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, well, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, oh, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things, okay? But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them in the begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what pod. Let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gotta go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something. right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. You know, when you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on, I'm in Canada, so
Well,
we don't argue.
COVID
about
didn't go
masks.
there.
No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them
All right,
on.
well, you're lucky. All right, so
no
my
one-
country is lucky about masks. So,
We just do what we're
That's
told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins. Okay. Success.
Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so ill. I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's out of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. In fear, they're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff, and then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared, and as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my live event, like one of your early questions was like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006, mm-hmm. very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time, didn't know what I was doing, but let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us. Ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal of,
Yeah.
for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down.
Mm-hmm.
And going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like, people are taking money from here to pay over here, and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder. Yeah,
this
is
why my conservative nature is actually paying off. Because, yeah, I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years I'm like, oh, recession's coming every 7 years. Typically on cyclical recession's coming, and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough, and I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or a scaling podcast or a growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like, nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent. Right? Shoot, when these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it an emergency fund, some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. I don't mean, I mean, we make. Right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Mm-hmm. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. Mm-hmm. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, and then one of the I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but that whole thing began. I'll never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different tripwires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this tripwire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and, like, I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have a verbal. Well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael. Yeah. Yep. And I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
that's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around. Yeah. And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. Mm. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too, but at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say like this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go like, I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the family staff or this, like, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After every mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody? Right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had I have lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book. Something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang, right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy? But yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook. Mm-hmm. We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? You know, It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope. Okay, because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is, how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of the leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. Right? Is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is, he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about? Earn's a big word.
I used
Earn
to,
implies sacrifice.
so I do brand strategy within with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years, trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking, here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people. Right. And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you, have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's really more than, I don't mean, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins, good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business and the life mastery space. He's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, you see what I'm saying? It's like, the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and Kilimanjaro and whatever, in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams and they're driving their Ferraris around and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane, and kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I'm personally, I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect a life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why? Because you, me, all of us,
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. that's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority, not because it was a bad thing. It just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are the way you are without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. After 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. The camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media, saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth, we're tightening our back muscles, we're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around. And then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, this actually has been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, you know, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, you know, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, you know, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day, just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because I mean, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. You know, it was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You know, you can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? You know, if the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, you know, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? You know, maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If, you know, they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. You know, I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? You know, if you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. You know, I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today, and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job, because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty. We can talk about compassion. We can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem, so people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter anybody else, to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
Working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment.
Business of Architecture UK, episode 41. Special announcement, the next BOA UK live event, the first one of 2019, is coming to you on Tuesday, the 5th of March. It will be held in the UNI offices, 7A Howick Place in Victoria, southwest London, and there will be a discussion panel of industry thought leaders, entrepreneurs, intrapreneurs, architects, discussing the 7 threats to an architectural practice. Now, early bird tickets are now on sale. I'm going to put the link and the information underneath this podcast. So book your tickets right away, and I look forward to seeing you there. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am your host, Ryan Willard, and this week I'm in my favourite hotel on the Thames. It was a grisly, overcast day, but I had the fantastic opportunity of speaking with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers about the topic of emotional intelligence. There's a little bit of background on both of these extraordinary women. Rachel is an experienced strategic marketing consultant, and she's been trained in business, personal, and leadership coaching. And about 6 years ago, she set up a company called RB. And she's got a lot of operational director experience before that, and she combines her coaching abilities with her marketing strategies and expertise, and works primarily with a number of architects. Now, Louise is also a business coach. She's an executive and business coach. She's got about 25 years of experience in public relations and communications. She was one of the founding directors of Niche PR, who are a company that works across a number of sectors from real estate, hospitality, and design. And she exited that around 2014. And together they've created Step Up, which is a new coaching program which is focused for associates and associate directors within architects' practices and other organizations in the built environment. So they've got a real deep understanding of the industry and how it operates. And they focus their work on emotional intelligence. And for me, and I've sort of alluded to this before in many podcasts about the importance of emotional intelligence, because it really is the underlying driver for every single decision that we make. And every part of our business is impacted and affected by our level of emotional intelligence, from how we hire staff to how we cultivate our teams, how we lead ourselves, the decisions that we make, the things that we do, the things that we don't do, our productivity. And of course, emotional intelligence in sales and in marketing, having a deep level of emotional understanding of somebody else's perspective, and also the underlying emotional forces which are, at play within our own identities, is a very, very deep conversation. And having a good understanding and grasp of it can really transform our businesses and take them into totally new, uncharted areas, and can be very, very exciting. So I'm going to leave you now, but please enjoy this fantastic podcast. It's filled with fascinating bits with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Hello and welcome to the Business of Architecture UK. I am here with Rachel Birchmore and Louise Rogers. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the show.
No, thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolute.
Yeah, nice to be here.
Brilliant. So we're here because we're going to talk about emotional intelligence and how that is important in the realm of architecture and architecture business. So the first question is, what is it that you guys do? What are your backgrounds?
Okay, so well, I'm Rachel, and I'm a consultant and I'm a coach. And my background, I've spent 25 years working with people in the built environment. Initially with a project manager doing business development and marketing, and that's my background. And then 5 years ago, I left there and set up my own business, which is RB, spelled AREBE. It's important, doesn't work on a podcast. And that business advises primarily architects, but actually consultants all the way across the built environment on marketing, strategy, business development. And then later, so 3 years ago now, I trained as a coach and as a sort of adjunct to that business. So that training gives me the ability to do one-to-one coaching with people, whether that be around leadership or business development. But it also gives a slightly different style to what I'm doing in terms of my consultancy work. So yeah, that's my background.
And Louise?
Well, my background is actually in public relations. I trained originally as a journalist, and then I worked in PR, mostly with organisations working in the built environment for 25 years, including being a co-founder of an agency, a PR agency that specialised in working with stakeholder communications. So doing really complex negotiations with local communities around developments that are planned for their area. So through that, I obviously met a lot of developers and architects, and I suppose some of my job was distilling their very complex messages into bite-sized chunks that could be understood by local communities impacted by development to help people get planning consent. And I left my business 5 years ago, and then I trained as a coach.
Right, so both of you have got the background in business coaching.
Yeah.
And so the topic for this afternoon is emotional intelligence. So what is it? What is emotional intelligence?
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it, that gets associated, perhaps because it's got the word emotion in it, with the kind of the soft skills that people need in order to run a business. And both Rachel and I feel that that is kind of underselling it. And I think what we would say is that it's about the things that make us human. Rachel, would you like to add to that? It's really weird, because it's one of those things that to define is really...
there's two things. There's an official definition of emotional intelligence, which, let's say it anyway, because I think it's important. So emotional intelligence is being able to recognize your own emotions,
right,
recognizing those of others, being able to regulate your own emotional responses, and being able to influence others. Which again, that word emotion, I think it really does undermine what it actually is, because it is actually, if you take away that emotion, you basically end up with a machine. So the machine that has technical expertise and an intellectual capacity for facts and information and technical things, but you take away everybody's thinking and beliefs and values and personality and all those things that actually make us human. And particularly when you're working on building projects, there are masses of people involved with those. So the process of designing and making buildings involves so many people, and therefore so much emotion and personality. Obviously, it's then crucial to that.
I suppose it's a kind of illusion that we think that emotions are something separate from our decision making.
Exactly.
And that we think that we're kind of intellectually we know we're skilled professionals. We don't need to worry about emotions. Emotions are for at home or somewhere else. But actually, it's something that's driving us all the time.
Exactly.
And so what are the kind of problems that you've experienced with architects with not having emotional intelligence, or where does emotional intelligence or a lack of training in it cause problems?
Well, I wouldn't say that architects are particularly not emotionally intelligent, but what Rachel and I have both found in our work with architects is quite often the people at the very senior level have the same sort of comments about the people the level below them that we feel comes down to a need to see the development of emotional intelligence take place. So, for example, they say, I sent them on a business development course, but they still don't go out and do new business. Or I sent them on a networking course and they still don't come back, or they still don't want to go out and do networking. Because what they've done is they've given them a kind of layer of techniques and skills and tools that they may be able to use. But what they haven't done is actually increase their ability to use those effectively, because we don't know what might be holding people back from until people understand that for themselves. They may not know what's holding them back from being able to use those skills and techniques that they've been taught. So what we've done is develop a program for mostly associate level that will enable them to step up into a leadership role by building on their ability to understand their own emotional responses and understand the emotional responses that other people that they're working with might have, and learning how to recognize what's happening, kind of name it in order to tame it, if you like, the things that might trigger certain impulses in them, and then work with those so that they become more effective across the board.
So what kind of obstacles, if you're, can training in emotional intelligence unlock, if you like, in an architecture practice? So that's a good example where you're saying that an architects might be giving training development to some of their staff, and then yet they're not implementing the techniques and the skills. And obviously that's quite a massive one. And
just to give you a small example, as Rachel has said, more and more people are working in really big project teams. And an awful lot about emotional intelligence, it's words that are used to describe building better relationships with people. So, as the public relations consultant or the public consultation consultant, I've been in those team meetings. And there is always an opportunity before that meeting starts to engage with the person sitting to your right or to your left, who might be a quantity surveyor or somebody from the development company, or, somebody else involved in delivering a project. But you'd be surprised how many people will not take that opportunity to engage. They sit there and they look at their emails, and yet the person they're sitting next to could be their client of the future. And it's very simple things like that. It's about waking up their curiosity about other people and making them feel more comfortable about that level of engagement with other people.
I think one of the other areas that I see a lot, certainly when I do business development sort of coaching and advice, is around things like bidding for work. So one of the big areas around emotional intelligence is empathy. So being able to see things from somebody else's point of view. And obviously when you're initially doing networking, but particularly when you come to actually pitch for a project, the ability to see that project and the need from the client's point of view is absolutely paramount. And quite often when people are putting together a pitch, they can only actually see their own service and the things that they need to get across about their practice, rather than actually stepping out of that and coming at it from the client's point of view. And that is so, when you see people bidding, you see people who win, it is really when they've demonstrated that understanding.
Yes. Yeah, that's something that's key in sales and marketing.
Sure.
The more that you're able to communicate an understanding of what the client's genuine problem is and articulate it, you've got a way higher chance of being able to win that work and also create an effective relationship, because you're in the listening of the other person.
That's right. And obviously, as somebody who has spent a large part of their working life working with local communities to explain the complications around planning applications. I was telling Rachel earlier that I did once sit in on a public consultation really early on in my career, and I think architects have got a lot better since then, with an architect who was trying to explain proposals for a very large social housing development. And there was somebody in the room who said, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And the architect just carried on explaining what he wanted to explain. And the person said, I want to know, will I be able to hear my neighbour's toilet flush? And in the end, he actually stood up and repeated the question for the third time before he got, and then he got some really complex explanation about soundproofing standards. And it's really, I mean, as I say, I think this was a long time ago, and I think things have improved since then. But it really is about that ability to put yourself in somebody else's shoes and see things from their point of view. And we're lucky in that that's something that we can learn to do better. We can all learn to do it, but we can't all learn how to be architects, but we can all learn how to do that better.
Do you think there's a stigma almost about learning about these types of skill sets and emotional intelligence? Because you're saying that the word emotional kind of suddenly people go in a particular direction with it. And I'm very much like you, that this work on emotional EQ is the root of absolutely every interaction that we have as human beings.
Yes. I think traditionally that has certainly been the case. There's people see technical expertise as more important than what's been called in the past soft stuff, the really difficult soft stuff. I do think that's changing. You can see in the new, as Louis said earlier on, in the new breed of architects, those sort of practices who are starting to be at the forefront of things now are led by people who have very high levels of emotional intelligence. So I think there is a change. And it's perhaps because to be successful now on the larger projects, as we've talked about, you do actually need to have that. So maybe it's naturally becoming that way.
Can you walk me through a sort of process that you might do with a client or an architect that might come to you and perhaps they've identified, I mean, even just being able to identify where there is perhaps a lack of understanding is a huge accomplishment in itself. What is it that you do, and how do you help them identify those types of things?
Well, I think there's obviously lots of different areas of emotional intelligence, but if we talk about one that comes up frequently, if you talk about triggers, so we all have buttons which can be pressed by certain people and certain circumstances, even certain words, and the emotional intelligence enables you to deal with those triggers or buttons in a slightly different way. So I was saying to Louise earlier on, who read something yesterday that said you can't stop the bird landing on your head, but you can stop it building a nest. But I'm not sure the bird lands on your head a lot, but I kind of get the essence of what they're trying to explain there. So with triggers, we would ask a client to work out, either by journaling or just by thinking about the last time that somebody pressed a button. And it's really about trying to remember back to the earliest feeling or reaction that somebody had to that. So is it that your stomach tenses up at that point? Is it that your chest goes really tight? Is it that your head starts burning? But generally you can work out the very first stage of an emotional reaction by you can work out what the first part was. And it wasn't the point at which you threw something across the table and got very angry. It was probably 5 minutes earlier. It was a word that you heard or something happened. And if people can better understand those triggers, then they can start working out what it is about that word that makes them react in that way. And generally there's something in between the trigger, so the word, and the reaction, which is generally a belief about something. So it might, for instance, I was in a meeting the other day and it ended in an argument between two people in the room, and it was brought about by the belief that one person felt that the other person didn't trust them. Now that was never actually stated, but one person said something, the other reacted very defensively. So there was a trigger, there was a reaction, But the bit that was unspoken and unseen was the belief that they're not trusted. And that's actually what somebody reacts to. So if you can identify those beliefs, then you can start to actually address them.
And something that is just so simple, which is learning how to listen better. I mean, most people don't listen very well, and it's a fundamental, obviously, of coach training. But most people listen in order to respond. And somebody can be talking to you, and in your head, you're already formulating your response, which means that you're not actually listening to them. You're not listening with your whole self. So I think even by learning, by working with people to increase their ability to really listen. And I've done that with people in groups where you get one person to talk for 3 minutes and the other person's not allowed to interrupt and not allowed to ask a question. Actually, when we were training, we did it for 5, which with people who aren't training to be a coach, I would only do it for 3, because it's actually incredibly difficult to just sit and listen to somebody for 3 minutes without working out what you're going to say. If you, there's no pressure on you to say anything. In fact, you're really not allowed to say anything. And even practicing that can mean that people get the habit of not listening in order to respond, but listening in order to listen. And you can imagine how that plays out in an architect's life with their colleagues, with clients. You know, if you present a proposal to a client and the client comes straight back at you with a criticism, rather than letting all those triggers be pushed and leaping to a response, listen to what your client's saying and the way that they're saying it. Look for those verbal and physical cues that they give, that there may be something else that's happening in there, you know, that you're feeling, but is actually probably not to do with you. But at least hear them out and then think carefully about how you're going to respond to them, rather than immediately going on the defensive, which I think happens quite a lot.
Yeah. And it's kind of, they're linked, aren't they, I suppose, with the reaction. If you go straight into a reaction mode and you're not aware that you've gone into a reaction mode, you're going to be listening to the other person in a certain way, which has got nothing to do with that person. It's to do with you and
Exactly.
and the filters that you've just basically condemned that person to your way of listening to them about.
Yeah. Well, it used to happen an awful lot in public consultations.
Yeah.
And I can remember once being asked to kind of rescue a public consultation that had gone really badly wrong. So we were pulled in far too late because they'd decided that they could do it. The architects and the developers decided they could do it themselves. And I went to this public exhibition in a London borough, and and there was somebody who was standing looking at a display board, and, you know, with the plans all nicely outlined. And I said to him, can I answer any questions that you might have about what you're seeing on the boards? And he said, if I talk to you, I'm going to completely lose it. So I just need to stand here and absorb the information on the boards, and then we'll see. And so I knew to step back, and I knew that I was going to be dealing with somebody and when I did speak to him afterwards, he said, nobody has listened. This is the second public exhibition we've had. Nothing's changed. Nobody has listened to us. So, you know, if you're going to actually do something like a public consultation, then develop your listening skills so that you can listen and respond appropriately.
It's very interesting, because it's, again, that skill of listening is so key to every part of the design process. And I know for architects, you know, if you've negotiated a poor contract or you've got yourself into a little bit of a difficult situation, it's normally come down to both parties not listening to each other.
Yeah.
And in those first initial meetings as well, as part of like the sales process, it's kind of so important for you as the architect to understand what the emotional drivers are.
Exactly.
To why the project is happening.
Yeah.
And it's often very interesting to try and to dig and to also, I suppose it takes a lot of confidence as well to be able to ask questions that elicit certain types of responses.
Well, it does. And, you know, obviously, as trained coaches, that's one of the things that we do. But actually, you know, when I'm describing what coaching is to people, I often say a coach will be your thinking partner. We'll help you think, because we believe that you have the solutions in your head, and our job is to help bring them out. And I think sometimes an architect working with a client is the same sort of relationship, isn't it? That you've got to be thinking partners. You can't have two people coming in with completely separate agendas. You've got to have the ability to empathize with the other person, kind of walk in their shoes for a while, understand their point of view. And it is all about kind of basic relationship building.
Yeah, I think that you were going down the route of good questioning, and I think people don't sometimes ask enough questions to try and understand a bit more. I think sometimes we hear something which resonates with us and we almost go off down that tangent rather than listening to that and then going back with another question about the same topic and stopping us at another one of those triggers, stopping ourselves going off down the tangent. So yeah, great question.
Yeah, no, I've had that issue myself in conversations with clients where I've been held back and been like, actually, I shouldn't ask that. It's not my business. And then actually through external, training and development, been able to, go, well, actually, no, you can ask these questions, and it makes a big difference when you start probing and asking questions that you thought perhaps were too personal, but actually it creates a very different relationship in a very different space.
Well, people are different, aren't they, obviously? So the early relationship building, the better you've listened, and the more you've watched those facial cues and that sort of thing, the more you should know then about how far you can push your questioning.
Yes.
Because if that early relationship building bit hasn't been done very effectively, you might well get it wrong. And we've all seen that. I've certainly done that myself, where you haven't quite got it right and you think, oh no, that's too far, or didn't go far enough. Yeah.
So when architects engage with your services and your coaching, what are they coming to you with?
All sorts of different things. I mean, so one-to-one coaching, I do, and I know Louise does similar, lots around people stepping into new roles. So new directors, people about to be promoted, people who are maybe stuck in a rut, who are either looking to leave the practice or trying to find a way to refresh what they're doing. So want that promotion, don't understand why they're not getting it, but actually think it's something to do with them, not just the practice, so they're looking for help with that. And then lots around business, specifics around business development and networking. I personally do a lot of work with introverts who want to network better.
Right.
Which is fascinating as an area.
Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
is that common within architects? Then there's a lot of, I suppose it's quite an introverted
I think it's
profession.
common, full stop.
Right.
But yes, lots of architects and engineers are deep thinkers and full of technical expertise and fantastic at that. And lots of them are better within a smaller group than a great big dry event. Plus it's full of people that they're not particularly interested in sometimes, or perceive they might not be. So they're looking for different ways to do it. And I think the term networking, in lots of people's heads, sort of says big event full of old men in suits, and that's all they actually understand to be networking. Well, it's just not like that. There's lots of ways to form connections and build relationships, which is actually that all networking is about, which doesn't involve going to great big events at all. If you can put a bit more purpose to it and work out who it is you actually want to speak to, it's perfectly possible to find ways of doing that really suits you and your personality. And no need for big events.
Could you give us an example of alternative ways of networking that might be more...
Well, the obvious one is cycling.
Really?
Which has overtaken our industry, I think, and lots of... Well, yeah, cycling's the new golf, isn't it? Which has become the cliche, I think. But obviously smaller groups around people's interests. So it doesn't need to be cycling. It could be a particular artist who's exhibiting somewhere who a couple of your potential clients are interested in. Well, why not go there? And because you're going to be more engaged with it, it's your area of interest. It shows you've listened to that client. And that's actually the person you need to meet. You don't need to meet the 250 people in that dry event up the road. So I think...
It almost sounds like fun as well.
Exactly. So, it can be, yeah. I mean, I suppose we all need to go to events that we don't particularly want to go to sometimes because our interests aren't the same as our clients. But generally, I think there are ways of doing it which suit people's personality better. Yeah.
Well, I've worked with practice leaders mostly and creative leaders of entrepreneurial companies generally. And I suppose what they all have in common is that they've got where they are because they're really, really good at what they do and not because they're really good at managing people. And it can be quite a lonely place to be. So I've worked with people on issues such as succession planning. You know, when they feel they're on a hamster wheel and they're working incredibly hard and really long hours and paying loads of people's mortgages, and turning that dynamic around a bit so that your business is working for you rather than you working for your business is generally the objective of that. You know, what do you need to get from this, and what are your longer term goals for your life and for your business? How what's your path towards achieving them? So working with individual leaders I've probably done a little bit more of.
And say something like family succession planning within a practice. What are the kind of obstacles in that? Because that's something that's come up a few times in our conversations.
I think architects find that, in my experience, many architects find that very difficult, thinking about the succession planning. Some do it really well. Some do it less well. I mean, you know, obviously one of the things with architects is that an awful lot of them are called after people who no longer work within them. So it shows that they're not really thinking of succession planning, because the practice is still called after people that don't work there anymore. But succession planning is a really complex thing. And I think a factor that certainly I've come across before is that lots of creative leaders, not just architects, but they appoint people who are just below their level of competence. And they do it almost unconsciously, because they think that what they're doing is succession planning, but actually it's because they may find the challenge of having somebody working for them who is as good as them and has the potential to be as good as them actually quite challenging. We were talking about that this morning, weren't we? I think we've both come across
that's
that
fascinating.
A bit.
And I suppose it's one of those unaware emotional things that's kind of dictating the decisions, and those decisions are going to shape the business.
They're going to shape the business. And actually, if you're getting to the stage in your life and in your career where you're thinking, actually, I need to think about an exit strategy in the next 5 or 10 years, but you still want to have some connection with your business, then you clearly need people there who are going to be as good or better than you are. So developing your emotional intelligence so that you can recognize those people and play that role in their lives as of nurturing and developing them to one day, you know, step into a leadership role, the leadership role in your business, is not an easy thing to do.
And how can architects, say, for example, in the hiring of staff, make sure that they're employing people that have a high level of emotional intelligence? Because I've heard business leaders in the past speak to me or have conversations, and sometimes one of the things they really think is the most important is not necessarily what's on the CV, but actually the emotional intelligence of a newcomer to a team. So how can architects or business owners ensure that they're kind of bringing emotional intelligence to those kinds of HR processes?
Well, I'm going to let Rachel answer that in just a minute, but I will say something that we both feel is really important, that by actually working with a more coaching approach to developing people, you may not have to do so much recruitment, because we would really argue that retention is a much better strategy than recruitment. It's cheaper. You don't get people setting up in competition to you. You know, we both spoke to somebody quite recently who said we have one of two things. They either leave and set up on their own, or they leave because they haven't done that well here, and then they go somewhere else and they flourish. Now, what's that about? And isn't that a waste of your human capital? That's a terribly cold term, but you know what I mean. You've invested all this time and energy and even money into somebody, and then they leave and set up on their own or go and work for somebody else and do really well. So we would both argue that actually developing a more coaching style approach to management may stop that happening in the first place. And I'll let Rachel talk about recruitment.
Well, first of all, what does a coaching style mean? What does that mean to you?
Well, I'm afraid it's words that we've used before, like listening,
right,
and empathy.
Right.
And developing that most people go to work these days, they don't want to be somebody different from the person they are at home. They want a kind of congruence between who they are at home and who they are at work. They want to be accepted for what they bring to the table. They want to feel that they're being invested in, that their strengths and values are being honoured, that they are part of a collaborative effort, that they've got some sense of purpose. There is less disconnect now between people at work and people out of work. And I think that, you know, modern recruitment and retention strategies need to take that into account.
Yeah, I think just to add to that on the coaching style, there's a big shift in sort of leadership terms away from the sort of command and control, so person at the top of an organization dictating down and this sort of cascading of information down an organization, into a position where actually leadership is much more distributed across, or needs to be distributed across the practice. So when somebody comes to a principal of a practice and says, how shall I do this? It needs to be less about, or a coaching style is less about, you do it this way, or try this, and more about, what have you tried so far? And the asking questions to try and get that person to actually resolve it themselves. Because if you can do that, then obviously you can get all of your people in the practice to resolve day-to-day issues much more directly themselves, and therefore less pressure on these busy principles of practices. Back on the other question.
Yes, on the HR.
How can architects try and employ people with high emotional intelligence? I think that's quite difficult. So I would start with improving the emotional intelligence of the people doing the recruitment in the ways that we said, because if you've got low emotional intelligence, you won't recognize it in other people. In fact, worse than that, I think you'll actually then recruit lots of clones of yourself. And you can kind of see it in organizations who have people leading recruitment with low emotional intelligence. They just have a team of people who are all just like them. Whereas people with higher emotional intelligence, I think, are able to understand their own strengths and not worry too much about their weaknesses. They might be working on those things, but they're not worried about other people having that strength. They're not threatened by that in some way. So, yeah, I would work on principles and those recruiting improving their own first.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. If any architects listening to this wanting to get in touch or wanting to work with you, where do they start?
Well, we both have websites. So rbmarketing.co.uk.
And my website is idea.co.uk, and that's spelled EIDYIA.
Brilliant. I'll put all the information in the link below.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time and expertise today.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
Pleasure.
Thank you for listening. Now, don't forget, early bird tickets are now on sale for the next BOA UK live event, which is the 7 Threats to an Architectural Practice, happening Tuesday, 5th of March, 2019. Book your tickets now. The views expressed on this show by my guests do not represent those of the host.
Hi, my name is Sonia Santiago, and this past January I did a research field period project on emotional intelligence in law enforcement. My main purpose of this project was to research what emotional intelligence was and how it could be applied to law enforcement, as well as the characteristics of officers with high emotional intelligence versus low emotional intelligence. And I also looked into the training and perceptions of law enforcement to see how, if an increase in EQ training, if it's needed, could benefit the other officers. Now, emotional intelligence has also been referred to as EQ and EI. It's the ability to recognize your emotions and being able to tell them apart and use that ability to guide your actions and behavior in an appropriate manner. It's also the ability to understand others' emotions, where they may be coming from, and how to understand how your actions can affect other people. And it's the ability to keep control of your emotions, to not let them control you in a situation. Now, a brief history on emotional intelligence. The earliest explanation was in the 1920s. It was defined as a way to act wisely in human relations. And in 1948, it was thought to be emotional thought, the concept emotional thought. And it was kind of an addition to logical thought, where people would add that to your cognitive intelligence and how you were able to function as a person, basically. The official term, however, wasn't created until 1990 by John Mayer and Peter Salovey in an academic article with the same title, Emotional Intelligence. and they were two psychologists and researchers who looked into the foundation of human intelligence, I believe. But the term wasn't popularized until 1995 by Daniel Goleman in his book with the same title, and the book would later become a highly influential piece of identifying human intelligence as a whole. Now, this slide is to kind of, some people believe that these are interconnected. You can tell one from the other. You can tell how smart someone is based on their personality. You can tell how, you might be able to tell how they can react to a situation based on their personality or their level of IQ, and that's really there's not a link, at least one that's found and academically or scientifically proven between any of these. EQ is something that's you can develop over time, even if you're not born or in a situation where you have a high emotional intelligence. You might be on the lower spectrum. As you grow and you learn, you can practice those skills and abilities to grow into a highly emotional, intelligent person later on in your life. And it's not, some people believe it's the pushover, the person who's very emotional, they're very nice, they let people push them around. That's not it at all. It's the ability to use those emotions and not create a scene kind of way. Like it's one thing where you can be angry, but you can show that calm anger and not escalate a situation even more unless someone else escalates it. Now, IQ, your cognitive intelligence, it was a long time assumed to be the only way to measure human intelligence. And around the 90s, when people were discovering what emotional intelligence was, it was discovered that's not the case. And if your ability to learn information, it doesn't change from the moment you're born to the moment that you're an adult. It's the same about this. If you can learn more, you can obviously, like, you can go and you can learn more and you become a smart and a more intelligent person or a better person because of it, but your ability to learn, the pace at which you learn, that doesn't change at all. And your personality is just learned behavior and sometimes instilled preferences that you pick up as you grow up. Like, you learn your mannerisms from your family, or one of the examples I found was being able to be an introvert or an extrovert. Someone can be extremely introverted and people believe that they might not be the best at emotions, when in reality they understand better than most people. And on the other end of the spectrum, someone who appears very, very smart is more emotionally intelligent because they have a way with people. But in terms of academics, they might not be the smartest one, they might not be the best, and that's okay. It's not like any of this is not okay, it's just there's a big difference between them, and I thought that would be good to include. Also, personality is consistent in the manner that it varies by person by person. Now, this is the characteristics and the dimensions that make up emotional intelligence. It's your self-awareness, your ability to identify emotions and your mood and how it can affect other people, your self-regulation, self-management, the ability to control your impulses and express emotion in a way that's not bad. Sorry, lack of better wording. There's also your motivation, the ability to set goals and your drive to meet those goals. Your empathy / social awareness, it's your ability to sense emotions of others and understand why they might feel that way. Even if you don't understand the cause of it, you can understand that they feel that way now. And even if you don't understand why, you can empathize and you can be aware of how to handle their emotions at that time, such as if your coworker comes in and they look sad or they look depressed and they don't want to tell you why they feel that way, you can understand that they might need a bit more help than usual, or they might need a more gentle explanation, something of that nature. And there's also your social skills and your relationship management. And that's where the ability to use your awareness, your self-awareness, and your empathy to navigate social interactions. It's your ability to more or less survive social interactions. Now, people with a good self-awareness, they have a high confidence, such a high self-regard. And what I'll get into later is that with officers with low self-awareness or low confidence, a lot of the time it plays into their low emotional intelligence, and that can affect how they work. your self-management, your self-regulation, that's your self-control, that's your ability to change, and that's the way to find a solution to a problem. And your motivation is the commitment and the optimism. And empathy is also no, empathy and social awareness, they can be defined as two separate things, but I think the basis of both of those is being able to understand where a person's perspective is coming from. And one of the articles I found, it included political awareness, your leveraging diversity, and service orientation. That basically means that you understand a political opinion even though you don't agree with it, and you're not the Facebook people screaming at each other, no, your opinion is wrong, no, yours is wrong. It's like, I understand where you're coming from. I don't agree with it, but I won't attack you as a person. And the diversity is, even if you don't understand where someone comes from because they have a different culture or a different background that you have, such as the biggest one in terms of law enforcement is race. A lot of race does play a big factor, and sometimes being able to understand that someone might not respect the police or have a lot of faith in the police due to a past experience or marginalization, or they may have come here from a country where police are not the best people. And as sad as that is to say. And service orientation is, I think it's more or less related to the thing I said earlier where you're in a service, like you're, let's say, a McDonald's worker or a JCPenney worker, is your ability to more or less keep your anger in check with the difficult customers and being able to say, I'm sorry with a smile, even if they're cursing you out. Now, your social skills, those are things that are used daily because, well, maybe not now because we're in a pandemic, but it's basically how you navigate any social interaction, whether it's bumping into a stranger, having a small talk conversation, talking with your friends, something like that, or your coworkers. And it's the ability to work together as a team. It's your collaboration skills and your cooperation skills. So even if you don't like someone and you have to work with them, you kind of being able to control those frustrated emotions and try to work with them in a positive way. And the big one, which I'll get into later, is conflict management. Because during conflicts, I know personally my emotions tend to run high, and when my anger gets out of control, or I let it get out of control because my emotional intelligence I'm still working on, it's logic goes out the window. And in terms of law enforcement, that can't really happen because we've all seen the situations of police firing because they were scared, or they were a little too rough with someone because they were angry, or at least from what the perspective is, because that is what causes the most damage, and ultimately what I found this presentation to be most effective for. Later, I'm going to get into methods of improving emotional intelligence as officers, and the reason why I did that is because I've had talk with friends and family where they believe that if you can't be able to do any of these skills as an officer, or if your training doesn't account for them, you should not be an officer. And I agree with that statement because I know that I'm not the best at some of these, but I've been working to improve them. Whereas some officers, they go straight out of high school and they don't learn much in terms of emotional intelligence and how to build those skills. And we see those interactions, the negative interactions. And now this project is not to vilify anyone. The police are just as human as we are. I know that once I put on my badge, if I'm lucky enough to get a badge in this environment, that I would want to be the best that I can be and to work on these skills to not end up on TMZ. Sorry. And to not end up on a news network being the cop that punched someone because they were resisting and I lost my temper. And this is basically what all of these are to be, and I'll get into how they're going to apply to law enforcement in a little bit. This is what I was getting into more on the other slide. I kind of went off on my own little tangent here. The importance of emotional intelligence is, as I said, it's the ability to keep your emotions in check under pressure or a stressful situation, because when they run high, logic is out of the building. It is gone. You're doing what is instinct, and what is instinct may not be the best in that situation. And if it's an instinct that is instilled in you as a child, and that instinct is to lash out and be aggressive, that might not be the best if you're a retail worker or a law enforcement officer dealing with another person. That's not going to be the best. You're going to end up on Instagram or TikTok of the viral video, and people are going to be in the comments arguing whether or not what you did was right or not. That's a whole different thing. And it's also the ability to meet tight deadlines. I know in law enforcement, sometimes they get tighter deadlines than they would like, especially in high-profile cases. And it's kind of the ability to not let the stress go to your head, which is hard. A lot of this is what I'm saying. It's hard to do, but the point of it is the more you practice at it, the better you get. And sometimes when you can't, if you have a friend who's emotionally intelligent or someone else who can kind of help you with that, and which it goes back to the collaborative thing, because a lot of this is what I found is that it's a good mechanism to use when you go through a traumatic experience or your mental health is not the best. And I'll get into that later, because some of that's more of how to develop a higher emotional intelligence, which I'm going to get to later. And it's also how you deal with challenges, whether in your social life, your work life, or the situation. It's being able to have that uncomfortable conversation when you get overwhelmed. It's not shutting down and just blocking out everything, because sometimes, especially in law enforcement, you can't do that. You have to, or in life, you can't just shut down whenever you feel like it, unless you have a mental condition that makes it hard to do that. Sorry. And it's also how you improve relationships. In this point in this presentation, I'm going to get into later of relationships with the police, because I believe that's where you see more emotional intelligence with officers, because in reality, a lot of this is how you deal with people, and that's a lot of law enforcement work. And it's also how you deal with conflicts. Now, we've seen 101 videos of conflicts with police officers. Some of them end okay, some of them they do the right, some of them they are able to use their skills to bring down a situation. Other times, a situation escalates to the point that no one can control it. And like I said, the whole point of this isn't to vilify anyone. It's more to point out that I believe that some of those cases were simply due to a low emotional intelligence. And whether or not that was due to the training, which I'll get into later on, like I said, or just them as a person not being able to develop those skills, it says a lot, because like I said, I've gotten into conversations, and these are skills I believe that are very, very important when you're in law enforcement, because it can be extremely harmful or even fatal to not just the officers, but to the people that we're supposed to be protecting. And it's also the persistence in failure and setbacks. That happens a lot, I know, especially in detective work. And it's the ability to motivate yourself and others. Some of the articles I found mentioned that emotional intelligence training and being able to develop a higher emotional intelligence can actually lead to less burnout among police officers, because they're able to pick themselves up, give whatever time they need. Obviously, the situations are going to be different, but it's the ability to be able to pick themselves up and go through another day knowing that they can't, even though if they can't control the situation that they're in, they can control how they react to it. Now, emotional intelligence in terms of law enforcement is usually the officer's ability to manage their emotions in a way that has a positive outcome or is in a constructive way, and it's the ability for them to manage a healthy relationship within the department, among their fellow officers and people who work there, along with the other agencies in the system. Now, the functionally high IQ is references to the ability to create a healthy workplace. And usually in these workplaces, there are lower reports of stress and healthier off-duty events. And what I mean by this is that it's usually, from what I understand, it's the ability to create a workspace where even if you don't like each other or if you don't agree with the way someone handles something within reason, you still respect one another and you're able to work with one another. And it's just all around better for everyone, because you're not stressing, oh, is this person going to do this to get back at me? And this happens in law enforcement. When I get into later, I'm going to reference officers who they broke the blue code in a way. They reported officers for unethical conduct or something like that. And it had very harmful consequences for the officer and sometimes for the civilians that got caught up in it. And this is going to tie into why the whole purpose behind some of this, at least from what I understand. And emotional intelligence in law enforcement is also when you have a higher emotional intelligence is usually it's one of the big reasons for a stronger job satisfaction rating and building relationships in the department. It's usually the positive someone with a higher emotional intelligence or high EQ has a positive approach to conflict. They're not, I think, as I said before, the officers that are aggressive, or no, I'm going to say in a minute, officers who are aggressive instead of assertive, they have the kind of fight me thing, which is not a healthy, really, work environment. Whereas someone with a high emotional intelligence is more of the, okay, let's talk about this in a civil manner to make a way that's good for everybody, or at the very least, calms down the situation. Now, these are the characteristics that you're going to see in an officer with high EQ versus one with low EQ. Someone with high EQ, they're assertive, they're ambitious, they're decisive, they're sociable or they're friendly, they have a friendly demeanor, they're influential with the people around them, they're patient, and they're a good listener. Now, someone with low EQ is going to be aggressive, they're going to be demanding, confrontational, impulsive, they're going to resist any change that you're going to make, or any changes made and go with what they know, which might not be the best. And they're more temperamental or moody. They're the more cynical, not in a good way, officers. And what I mean by that is a lot of people in law enforcement, sometimes they have a darker sense of humor because that's kind of how you survive the job. But they're the ones that kind of stew in those emotions and they don't know how to handle those emotions. Now, the difference between assertive and aggressive is the obvious one, where it's usually, from what I understand, is that someone who might be assertive can be perceived as aggressive and vice versa with the other one. And that's what can be hard to measure. But as you can see, with the high emotional intelligence in officers, it's the ones that you want. That you want someone who's going to be able to listen, they're going to be patient and try to understand the situation as best as they can. Obviously, in high stress situations, you have to make decisions quick. But the thing is that when you're impulsive, and such as the one in a low EQ, and you're confrontational, those high stress situations can become even worse. And later on, I'm going to get into perceptions of law enforcement and how these are going to tie in. So when I was looking into the training, I was already familiar with the paramilitary type style that was used in police departments. It's the one that's referenced a lot when people think of police training in America. And most of the time, this is, as it sounds, the military-esque type style, where people go in, they expect to be yelled at, they expect to have a lot of physical activity and be yelled at, or even screamed in their face. And the point of most of these tactics is to kind of build that mental endurance, but it also can teach the wrong message and can attract the wrong kind of officers. And what I mean by this, it's usually the people who see the recruitment videos. One of the articles I found mentioned a recruitment video for SWAT, and it was criticized for its use of heavy metal music in the background. It opened with the code of SWAT is take down the enemy at any means necessary. And what this does is that this type of training trains officers to have a warrior mindset, an us versus them mindset. And this can be problematic when they believe that the people that they're supposed to be protecting, even from themselves, are a threat. And there has been a link between paramilitary training and abusive behavior. As I said before, the screaming in the face, it's usually used to teach stoicism, so that way they don't show emotion during stressful situations. But what this effect can also have is that it puts in their mind that if they can scream and belittle someone who has less authority than they do, i.e. the civilians. The warrior cup mentality has also been heavily criticized for the use of more or less endorsing the blue line, the us versus them mentality, and that itself can be harmful to the police because there is a process or a time where their mindset stops going from protect and serve to make it home alive, even if it isn't the most action-based place that they live in. Sometimes they do have that kind of mindset. And because there is no standard of training, it's much shorter compared to other countries, and even shorter than other departments within the U.S. Some of them are as short as 10 weeks, others as much as 36 weeks. I know in the FBI for Quantico, it's an intense 20 weeks living there, but even then, that might not be enough to get everything ready. And in terms of education, the basis for most police departments is having a high school diploma. High schoolers nowadays, I know that when I left high school and if I joined straight out of high school, I would not be okay. I mean this in the sense that when you're 18, you don't know anything. You're learning how to be an adult, and if you're in this type of and you gain that type of mentality, it's going to be the officer that's viral for using excessive force, or at the very least what seems like excessive force. And there is no standard in terms of hours, too. It can be anywhere from 360 hours to 900 hours, depending on the state. And the minimum, most places do go over the minimum, and they do have a time where the recruits have to be, or the rookies have to be, with a senior officer, a training officer, for about 6 months to a year before they're considered full-time police officers, in the sense that they know what they're doing. But this can also be harmful when the training officer is not teaching them the right things. I'm going to be getting into some bad situations and bad conflicts with the people have had with the police over the years. And the most recent one has been George Floyd. It was actually the training officer who was the one who was leaning on George Floyd's neck with his knee. And it was the rookies that were standing there not knowing what to do because they had only been on the force for a short time, or two of them at the very least. And what this does is that when the training, and the whole point of what I'm trying to make here, that when the training officer is teaching has low emotional intelligence himself, because that's what that was. That was, I don't know what that guy was thinking when he was doing that. And that's where where the question came from, is how much do they teach people what not to do? Because it should be basic knowledge. Do not lean on someone's neck for 9 minutes. But that's not what happened, and obviously not every officer is like that, but that's what I mean by attracting the wrong kind of officers, because if you have an us versus them mentality and you go and the training does not meet up with the standard that most people have, it's going to be very bad. And because of the short amount of time that officers have to train and to learn everything, it has been heavily criticized when I compared it to the Norwegian police and the Finland police, who have a 2 to 3 year training requirement. And the studies have shown that the population trusts the police much more than they do in the United States, because by the time that they're getting to use the force and getting to learning about it, and the officers in that scenario were getting their badge and their gun, which was about a 4 months time period. And the whole point of this spiel, I guess what it is that the skills of emotional intelligence are not as emphasized as they should be. Most of the time, it's them learning how to use their weapon, learning the law, other things like that, and then kind of just it's more or less than when they get to it, it doesn't always stick in their heads, and they don't practice it as much as they should be, because this is not something you can learn in a few weeks. This is something that takes months to years of practice to get these skills. And that's why when I get to the improvement section, I'll divulge into more as to what I mean by that. Training in mind, I looked into other quote-unquote damaging interactions with police, because these are where I believe you see the officers of showing a low emotional intelligence most of the time. Because as I said before, they're more confrontational, they're a lot more aggressive. They tend to be, I should say. And the most famous ones in terms of this is the Rodney King incident in LA back in the 90s, where he was beaten by 4 officers. When I looked into these, I went in with the mindset, is this police brutality, or is this someone having a low EQ who could potentially be approved? Now, obviously in situations such as that, the officer is going to need to face a serious punishment if needed, like the Eric Gardner case or George Floyd. Those were not though they may have been emotionally intelligent on a lower spectrum, but in those interactions where someone is seriously harmed or died, those situations should be held more accountable for those actions. If it includes them being off the force, then so be it. And I bring these up because these are more the extreme situations where that could be used in training if they aren't already. I didn't see any evidence that they were, but I believe that they are, of showing officers this is what not to do. You need to work on these skills. And another one I looked into was one that happened back in December of an 18-year-old named Z. Grayford who had run a stop sign or had run a red light, and he fled from the police basically because he had weed on him. He ran home, and when he got home, he was banging on the door asking for his father. And when the officers showed up, they immediately tackled him, and you could see them kicking and punching him on his stoop. Now, looking at this from an objective perspective, yes, he was in the wrong because he had weed with him, even though and he ran from the police. But in terms of emotional intelligence, someone with a higher level would probably emphasize, okay, this is a black teenager living in a time who has probably seen his entire life of black Americans being shot by police, either accidentally or because the police thought they had a weapon. So he was probably scared for his life, and I believe he said he was scared for his life at the time. But these officers only saw someone who was running and assumed he was wrong, at least from what you could see from the video. And it's a heartbreaking video to see, and the reason I bring it up is because this is what I mean by implementing emotional intelligence training more into police training and potentially making the police training longer to account for this. Because a lot of the time, in situations like this, especially when it concerns race, this is where empathy becomes a lot more pronounced, because it was the stereotypical white officers versus the black citizen, and everyone is going to automatically assume, oh, they're racist, oh, they weren't doing their jobs right, and that may or may not be the case, but that's not what this point is. It's the fact that they were aggressive, they were confrontational, one would argue, and they were impulsive. They followed it appeared that they followed their emotions, and they went way too far with this kid. It's a heartbreaking video, honestly. And there was another one I saw in my relations to law enforcement class that I brought up. I don't have a picture of a teen assaulted in a New York City subway by a cop. It was a very messy situation. It was a very stressful situation where there were teenagers who were alleged to be involved in a brawl that happened, who ran into the subway, and when the officers tried to make an arrest, they resisted, and one officer, you can see him walk up and just flat out punch a kid in the face. He was maybe 18, and that itself started a whole nother mess, because now everyone on the train tracks that saw this are screaming, "Let them go," and trying to help them get away. And the reason I bring this up is because this is another situation where the use of force by the book, because they were resisting arrest, they had the right to use an excessive force, to use force to make those arrests. But an emotionally intelligent person probably would, or even a sane person would have thought, maybe not punching someone on a New York City subway. And the reason why I bring this one up, because not only does it kind of back my point up of bringing emotional intelligence into more training, or even after they graduate the police academy, and bring it up more and more as they're in the department, because the New York City subways do not have a railing to prevent people from going into the subway, and they were very close to the tracks. So because of that one officer's actions, if the situation had escalated even more, there is a possibility that someone could have been pushed or fell into those tracks. And that's more or less my point, is that the officers with higher emotional intelligence would know how to handle those situations as best as they could. And I'm sorry, but a punch to the face is not handling that situation. And I also brought in the Black Lives Matter protests in the summer of 2020, because this is what kind of inspired this project. Because from what I saw, all the videos I saw on social media, again, social media is a very influential part of perceptions of police. You would see police officers seemingly attack people who were not doing anything, and everyone tried to justify it as riots, even though research showed that 90% of the protests were peaceful. There were very few that broke out in the riots, and yet all the officers there had tear gas, they had riot gear, there were assaults on protesters, seemingly unprovoked. There was one video of a officer who was seen shoving a woman who was 20 in back onto the sidewalk because it was in New York City at the time, and they were allegedly out past curfew. Only she hit her head on the sidewalk, and she had a very severe brain injury because of it. And there was another one of what I call a prime example of low intelligence officer versus high intelligence officer, or in terms of emotional, because there was one of a man on his knees with his hands up, and you could see the officer shove him in the chest. Obviously unprovoked attack, and you could see it was a female officer, the one that had low intelligence. It was a male officer, low intelligence, female high intelligence, going and screaming at him basically. That is not what you do in this situation. You walk away. And that is what the point I'm trying to make in terms of training, if there needs to be improvements, is that it's more or less teaching them how to control those emotions and not do things like that, such as the officers who drove into a crowd in New York City. I saw that video too. It was not very good, and they were not showing a good level of emotional intelligence. And another reason why I bring this up is because during this time, you also see that officers who may have been showing a high emotional intelligence were not able to do what they could have done, such as the woman screaming at her coworker for doing that. She was praised by social media, but there was another one of an older man in Buffalo or Rochester, I'm sorry, I can't remember the city, being shoved by an officer, and he fell and hit his head, and then you could see another one going to try and help him, only to be shoved away from him, and someone called for assistance. And the reason I bring this one up, because this is another one of them trying to help someone and possibly showing a higher level of emotional intelligence, only to be punished. And the reason why I bring that up is because later on I'm going to talk about other situations of an officer showing a higher level of emotional intelligence, trying to get the combatant officer away from a civilian, and instead they were punished for it. Now, when I get into perceptions of law enforcement, this is again to kind of reference this is how the public is going to see the police, and this is where emotional intelligence has the promise to be able to see the progress that people make, and how to potentially see a high intelligence officer versus a low intelligence officer. And like I said, when I mention this, I also mean that this is where their level is at that moment. Whether or not it can be improved or not is really up to the job and how they handle that situation. And the whole point is that because it is such a flexible skill, it's something that should be honed as they keep going on in the job, because the nature of the job is extremely scrutinized to meet expectations by the department and the public. They have to handle multiple groups that are challenging their authority, whether it be a teenager who doesn't want to listen or a drug dealer who doesn't want to get caught. And a modern officer is going to need more tactical capabilities and the blend of skills that practicing emotional intelligence can bring, because they're not just learning how to do physical actions such as a takedown of someone who's resisting arrest. They're learning how to manage their emotions not just on the job but within themselves, because this is a very mentally taxing job. It's one of the few careers that has an intense need for vigilance constantly, having a good mood and demeanor, at the very least like a proper mood at the time, and having the mental and physical endurance to do the job day in and day out, because it is a very emotional job. You're in some of my classes with Dr. Martin, he mentioned that he would be going from a shootout in Rochester to going to someone complaining that a kid is on their lawn. So it's it can be very high and low in terms of what you do, because you can go from a very stressful situation to a very relatively mundane situation very, very quick. And I also included race and political party, because this is also where emotional intelligence some of the skills can be incorporated more. As I said before, in terms of empathy with race, empathy is not completely being able to understand where they're coming from, but why they feel the way they do. Because in a survey that I have found, national survey, Black Americans were 5 times more likely to claim that they were victimized due to their race and ethnicity because they were suspected of doing criminal activity. Oh, and the little symbols, if you look in the little notes in the notes thing, that's the survey that I had gotten them from, because there was about 3 of them. And by political party, I include this one because this is how the Democrats and Republicans view police treatment, and ultimately whether or not laws can be passed or legislation can be passed. Because of these views on police, Democrats are more likely to see a bigger problem when it comes to police use of force against minorities, and more likely to believe that it's a bigger problem because of the history of that minorities have had with police brutality in the past versus Republicans who, when compared, are much, much lower, and to believe that they're the bigger problem. And because of this, there's also the confidence gaps within races. Black Americans have been marginalized for decades, if not a good century. Ever since slavery, they've had arguably the most hardships of any other race or ethnicity in this country. And even with that, there is no group that is completely anti-cop, because obviously, like, it's racist to assume that Black Americans are going to distrust the police all just as much as white Americans are going to trust the police, because this is not really the reason I bring in race at all is because this is where these skills can be utilized the most. Because in a situation where it's especially a white officer and a black civilian, they have to be aware of how it's going to look in the media because of what happened in the past, especially with Eric Gardner, George Floyd, Tamir Rice, Sandra Bland. And Sandra Bland was the woman who was found dead in police custody and believed to have been murdered by the officers there. And it's because it also has a big impact on how they perceive the conduct of police, and it varies a lot. In terms of police tactics, courteousness, racial imparity, and competency, minority groups, especially Black Americans, are more likely to say the police do not have any of this and were more rude to them and used harsher tactics on them than white, and to say that they're competent at all in their jobs versus white Americans. And Hispanics, I found that tend to be more in the middle. And as a Hispanic myself, I can kind of understand, because Hispanics do not come in one color. We vary a lot, and that in and of itself can show the difference in perception of police. Because if I was to get stopped by a cop, from what I understand, from what my research and from my experiences tell me, I have a good chance of being treated much more courteous and much less forceful than my brother, who is much darker than me, and he basically looks like Ice-T back in the 90s. And the reason I bring this is because, like I said, perception is where people social occurrences are how people get their perceptions of police, and because this is where you are going to see emotional intelligence a lot. Because someone who has a high level of emotional intelligence is going to be aware of the different factors that are going to be in. A white American will never be able to understand what a Black American has gone to, but they can empathize sympathize is what I'm trying to say, why they may be more hesitant to call police. And I'm going to talk more about that in the next slide. But the whole point of this is that because this is such a big part of the job, working with civilians, and because perception is such a heavy impact on how police can do their jobs, because it's how much people trust police. If you have officers with a higher emotional intelligence are more likely to be much less combative, as I said before, and much more sociable. And just by having a good interaction with police can help raise someone's trust in police itself, and that's why I believe it should be implemented in the training much more. Now, I've mentioned little things of ways to improve over the course of this presentation, and this is kind of to go in depth of what I meant by some of these. One of the things I found was by the Department of Justice, by recognizing the challenges in the community, such as the history of injustice among minorities, by race, sexuality, gender, not to disregard those experiences, because they do play a big role in how people perceive police, even among generations, and to try and reduce bias by improving cultural competency. And this is where emotional intelligence, empathy especially, and social awareness can come in. Because even if you don't fully understand someone's cultural competency, you can understand why it makes them act the way they act, especially in terms of the injustice among minorities. Because if someone or knows someone especially who had a very bad experience with police, they are more likely not to trust police because of that experience. And this is where you're going to see emotional intelligence, the benefits of it, because this is the job basically. And another one is to develop emotional intelligence. And I had the belief that it should be implemented in training much more than it is. And how to develop it is usually to manage the negative emotions by not letting them take over, basically, by not letting the fear take over in a situation, or your anger, because there is a time and a place to do that. And especially in law enforcement, it can be, as we've seen, it can be very harmful or very deadly. It's also very good to be mindful of vocabulary, because you can't scream at somebody because you want to or because you're angry. That's how situations escalate. Another one is practice empathy, which ties in again to the other ones I saw. Even if you don't understand why someone's acting the way they do, you can understand the situation that led up to people acting the way they do. You can understand. You can you can be able to control your own reaction to that situation, especially the example of a civilian being very unruly. You can control how you react to what they say and what they do. And another one that I saw was know what stresses you or what triggers you. And I think the article mentioned try to avoid those situations. In law enforcement, it's harder to avoid a situation that stresses you out, because it can be a high stress job. But the big one was being able to bounce back, and this one is very important, especially after after officers go through a very stressful situation. In most of the departments, they go get mental health. They go check on their mental health. I'm sorry about that. And the point of that is to being able to process those emotions, being able to understand those emotions, and then find methods how to manage those emotions, so that way you're able to look at life on a different outlook. And sometimes this can actually help reduce police burnout, because the more that they understand their own mental health, and especially their emotions, the more likely they are to be able to actually bounce back and do the job as they did before. Maybe not exactly as before, but it's still much more beneficial to the officer to be able to manage their emotions, not just in their job, but for themselves, so they don't burn out within the next 5 years. And the big one is to alter the paramilitary training of officers, also known as demilitarizing the police. And this involves getting rid of the warrior cop mindset, and switching to the guardian mindset. So instead of us versus them, having that blue line because a lot of officers, because the job is so much different than a lot of professions, a lot of police officers don't they do develop that us versus them mentality, because no one else is going to understand the job like they do. They don't. A lot of the public doesn't see the things that they see on a daily basis. And going from warrior to guardian is designed to try and get rid of that mindset, and promote officers to make friends outside of the department, or to do things outside of the department, or at the very least understand, that way they don't have the warrior going into battle mentality, and instead have the guardian protect and serve, as it should be. And like I said, not saying it isn't, but I wouldn't be doing this project if it didn't happen. Another one is to have equal focus on emotional intelligence skills than weapons and self-defense tactics. Now, obviously, all of these are important, but there should not be more emphasis on one than the other, because they all coincide with each other. You can learn how to use a weapon, and you can learn how to defend yourself, but if you let your emotions get the better of you, it can cause a situation to go from bad to worse, such as an officer going on a routine stop and being so scared of what he's going to see that he has his hand on his gun, or she or they, and instead reaching the moment that they get scared. So, and we've seen that of someone going to get their registration and the officer doesn't see what they have and immediately believes it's a gun and they start shooting. And I've seen videos such as that. And while there are instances where a routine stop can turn deadly, the whole point of this is not to develop for the worst, it's how to manage the situation that you're in now. Another one is to require longer training and higher expectations in education. This is a big one. I'm a big believer in this because there should be longer training for officers. It's very, even with the 6 months training officer, that all depends if that training officer had a high emotional intelligence themselves. Like going back to George Floyd, the training officer was the one who had the low emotional intelligence and had his knee on his neck. And the two rookies were just kind of caught in the middle. Now, that whole situation, that's something completely different. But the point of this is there needs to be much more training available to hopefully reduce these kind of interactions. And this kind of ties into another problem of Americans not being able to afford college or going to debt because college is so expensive in America. And they could always use the military, the money that goes into police work and put more of that into the training itself instead of having high grade weapons, military grade weapons, and riot gear. I mean, they're gonna need riot gear at some point, but they should not. Like I said, the whole point of this is not to villainize anybody. It's more or less how to handle these situations better for the future. And lastly, there was one of implement a duty to intervene, and I put in quotations Carryall's law. It was a law passed in Buffalo after a woman named Carryall, I hope I'm saying that name right, was fired because she got into an altercation with a fellow officer who had his arm around a man's neck while he was handcuffed. And she believed that he was doing more harm than good at the time, so when she went to pull him off, he struck her in the face, she lost a few teeth, and she got fired. And the news article that came out shortly after that said that she was making a dangerous situation worse. And I also saw this during the Black Lives Matter protests of the man when he was shoved and hit his head against the concrete in Buffalo. One officer went to go step in only to be pulled away. And this is what I mean by duty of intervention, because if an officer believes that another officer is doing far more harm than good, they should have the ability to step in without fearing retribution, also known as the blue line, because it is well known in the cop world in the cop world, it is well known that people who go against what people believe to be acceptable in the department are ostracized, and sometimes other officers don't respond to backup calls, or they don't rush to help if they're in danger, and this can be dangerous to the officer who intervened in the beginning. And the whole point I'm trying to make is that the emotional intelligence training, if it's implemented more, especially during the department, these situations might decrease. And the duty to intervene is not going to be as ostracized in police departments, because the whole point of it would be they would not intervene in the first place if they believed the other officer was doing the right thing or doing more harm than good. At the very least, I hope so. And these are hopefully the benefits that you're going to see with higher emotional intelligence training or better emotional intelligence training in the police department. And this is usually better behavior among the officers. They improve their self-confidence and job performance. They focus on the issues, not department politics. Again, officers not focusing on the issue itself versus the blue line, oh, you have to protect me because I'm another cop kind of mentality, which still exists. Some people will deny it, but it does exist. And it also has better performance in a team/group setting, because even if you don't like another officer, you still know how to work with them. And you can also understand other viewpoints much more easily, or you should be able to, as well as have a positive influence on others, stay optimistic, as well as staying calm and have effective problem solving, especially in a very high stress situation. And I also included how to reduce stress/increase these benefits. This is more or less how to also develop your emotional intelligence as it is. Don't be a perfectionist. lead by example, stop negative thinking, control what's possible, and set attainable goals. And I added keep the dreams. And by this I mean most of the time when recruits come in, they have these big dreams, and they have that is sometimes crushed by the reality of the job. And what they can do is set a goal that is attainable at the time and work towards making that dream a reality, such as working to get the promotion, working to resolve a conflict, working to have a healthier environment and healthier relationship with your fellow officers, as well as staying optimistic during the job as much as they can, because like I said, it is a very high stakes, very emotional, taxing job. So if you need time to get better mentally, then the department should be able to do that. And also lead by example, to be the officer with the high emotional intelligence and to show the recruits and the trainees what an officer should look like. And don't be a perfectionist, and control what's possible is mostly because there are uncontrollable situations where you cannot control the outcome or you can't foresee an outcome. And the whole point of it is to not be the ideal, not be this guardian angel, even though you are supposed to have a guardian mentality. You still are only human. There's only so much that anyone can do in a situation. And the whole point of this is to learn how to control what you can control. You can control how you react, you can control what you say, you can control what you do. And that's the whole point of including emotional intelligence in law enforcement, to teach officers much more control, and hopefully these outcomes won't happen as much as they have. And that concludes my presentation. The next few slides are just resources. I did try to cut this down as much as I could. I didn't realize it would be this long, but I hope you enjoyed it.
Welcome to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production between the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. My name is Mark Bonica, and I am an assistant professor in the University of New Hampshire's Department of Health Management and Policy. Today's guest is my colleague, Dr. Vanessa Druskett, Associate Professor of Organizational Behavior and Management here at the University of New Hampshire. Vanessa studies and teaches about team emotional intelligence, helping organizations develop more effective norms and behaviors. In the full version of the interview, we go through Vanessa's intellectual journey from an early interest in social work to work on leadership, teams, and emotional intelligence. We talk in detail about a few of her papers, particularly a Harvard Business Review paper she co-authored called Building the Emotional Intelligence of Teams, which has been cited over 1,000 times. I have included a ungated version in the show notes, so you can click through there and download it for free and follow along if you'd like with the conversation. I hope you enjoy my conversation with Vanessa, and if you do, won't you leave us a review on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, or wherever you might be listening to this podcast? It helps other people find us. Thanks for listening, and here is Dr. Vanessa Druskett. Welcome to the podcast, Vanessa.
Thank you, Mark. It's great to be here with you and your listeners.
I want to start with your academic journey and your education. So you started out, got a BA in psychology at Indiana University. Mm-hmm. What drew you to psychology?
Well, actually, I started out, I grew up in Massachusetts, and I decided I was interested in social work. And there were very few schools that had social work as an undergraduate major. One of them was Boston University, which is, you'll see that's pre-ession for later, but the other one was Indiana University. So I picked Indiana, went down and started studying social work, and decided that it wasn't for me. I was too opinionated, okay? The idea was that I was going to have to go in and not take all my liberal values and all my values, and I was going to have to go in and work with people and not have my values orientation get in the way. And so I was at a loss for what to do. My roommate said, let's become business majors. I said, sure, what
Okay.
else? So I became a business major for a semester. And that's what introduced me to organizational psychology, organizational behavior. So just to give you that lead, I hated business. Again, once again, my values got in the way. I went from a 3.9 GPA to 2.4 or something like this in one semester.
Oh, wow.
I hated the classes.
Okay.
So anyway, at the time I was taking psychology courses. I started taking more and I fell in love with psychology. But I could never see myself doing clinical psychology because it was way too similar to the social work issue, right? But since I now had the business minor, I could see, marrying psychology with the workplace. And so that's what I ended up getting interested in.
Okay. So you went from Indiana to Columbia, where you earned a master's in organizational psychology. Was that right away, or did you have some work time in between?
I did a lot of things in between. I traveled.
Okay.
I was a ski bum for a while. But one of the things that becomes really important is during my journey at that time, I worked, well, in my lifetime at this point, 31 different jobs.
Wow.
So I'm not talking about different consulting jobs. I would consider consulting one job, right? But I was an explorer. I was always a little bit of an explorer, and I traveled and I worked in different places. For example, I worked on a kibbutz in Israel, and I was working in the laundry for 4 months. That was one of my jobs. And so I got kind of a really good sense of who I was in relation to these different jobs. And what I found was that every job I had, I was a little bit of a different person. So there was something about the context that either turned me on and got me engaged and I was a great employee, or something that alienated me and I just wasn't that engaged. And so I got back from traveling, always knowing I was going to go on in school, and decided that I was going to follow that business, that interest, the marrying between psychology and business. And specifically, I got interested in group dynamics. I started thinking about group cultures or team cultures based on the different places I'd worked. And so I picked Teachers College, Columbia Teachers College, because it had some group dynamics information there. And I had some really good faculty at the time, and moved to New York, and that was fun. So it was a great experience there. Great experience.
And were you thinking, at that point, I'm going to go on, get a PhD, become an academic, or were you thinking, I don't know, stop at the master's and maybe become a consultant or something like that?
I always thought I'd go on, but I wasn't quite sure. I was going to see what happened. But I did get involved in research at Teachers College, and I did a bunch of research, fascinating research with some of the faculty there, and that really launched me. At the time, I met my husband, and he was in Boston. And so I couldn't stay on. I decided not to stay on at Teachers College, but I had to go back to Boston if I was going to go on. And so I took a year kind of moving back to Boston with him, and then went back for the doctorate a year later.
Okay. And you did the doctorate at Boston University.
Yes.
Yes. And at that point, social psychology. So what is the field of social psychology?
Okay, so first let me say a tough question for me was, do I go into social psychology or do I go into a business school?
Okay.
And everybody said to me, look, all the theories are in psychology. Business is just stealing the great theories, or organizational behavior is stealing the great theories. So get grounded in the theories within psychology. And at the time, Boston University also had an amazing OB department, and it still does. And so I decided social psychology basically is the study of how the situation impacts behavior. All right. So this is, again, comes back to my interest in why I was so different in all these situations. Here's Vanessa, she goes from one job as in the laundry at the kibbutz, and she's on fire, and I'm so good at it. They leave me alone and let me run the laundry all on my own, to another jobs where I just didn't want to get out of bed in the morning. And I found that a lot of it was the situation with the people, the way they treated me, the way they appreciated me, the way I got to have some control. And so all were things that I picked up on later in my future research. And I wanted to delve into the situation. And so I picked social psychology.
It's funny that you said that because I had a kind of similar experience. When I was doing my MBA, and I had transitioned from being a philosophy major to being into business, and I was at my MBA. And the thing that I really liked about the business school was how they stole from everybody.
Yes.
To me, that seemed like a cool thing, actually.
Yes.
And I thought I would go. I thought that would be my, that I would wind up doing a PhD in business. I wound up doing economics, which kind of steals from everybody too, but
yeah.
In a different way. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, well, let me say that's why I teach in a business school now. College ended up being too narrow, whereas the business school was just, come on, any theories, we're really interested in the outcome, and that was what was exciting to me. What were you teaching? How you influence the business world or the people in the business world. Right?
Yeah. So did you have this idea that you wanted to? I mean, you saw how the environment changed you and how you interact with the environment. Did you have an idea that you maybe wanted to help people figure that out or change it, or what were your kind of thinking? Like, what do I want to do with this at that time?
Yeah, at that time, I hadn't yet come to that conclusion. I was just so in love with psychology, with applying psychology to the workplace. I was so in love with every class I took at Teachers College. I was just enamored with the whole thing. And for me at the time, I knew I was interested in group dynamics. By the way, when I was at Teachers College, I got an A in every course except for my group dynamics course, which I got a B.
Oh, well.
Again, too opinionated. I had too many, didn't quite fit what the teacher was thinking. But still, that was my love coming out of that. My essay to get into the doctoral program was all about group dynamics, but I was very open-minded about what I would look at within that realm.
That's neat. Well, so I want to talk about, I've got a couple of papers that I've pulled that I mentioned to you before we got started that I've pulled that you had written. One of which must have been one of your earliest papers, the 1994 piece, Gender and Leadership Style, Transformational and Transactional Leadership in the Roman Catholic Church. This must have been was this something you were working on in your PhD, or did you do it shortly afterward?
I had the opportunity to work with a faculty member at Boston University who was a former priest, and he received a huge grant from the Lilly Foundation to study the Catholic Church, essentially, and especially of the schools and the hospitals and the churches and the leadership within the Catholic Church and all those places. And so he pulled me in to help him with that. It was, I got some funding from it. And one of his interests was in transformational leadership. And so he had thrown in to his survey lots of questions about transformational leadership. So I took an interest in that area, and that was the impetus of that paper.
Okay. So transformational leadership, I think, comes out of the 80s. Yeah. I mean, I know the precedents were probably date back into the 50s, and I don't know, theory X and theory Y and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it was like the term was coined like in the 80s, right?
Yes.
So it's still a relatively new idea.
Yes.
At that point.
It's still hot right now. It is a very hot idea. It's continued to be hot. The idea is that leadership is about change. And so transformational leadership theory basically says leadership and change are synonymous. You don't go into a leadership role and say, oh, status quo is fine. You go in with the idea of transforming the organization. But the theory says that in order to do that, you have to really inspire people. You have to get to know them individually. You have to touch them individually, convince people that they need to do more than they think that they can possibly do. And so you get to know people, and it's got a lot of, sort of a lot of values that are consistent with my own, these values that got in my way when I was studying social work. But it's a really brilliant theory. And so I fell in love with the theory. And then what I found, I think, I don't know if you want me to talk about.
Yeah. So, let's talk. I mean,
you go.
let me throw a couple of thoughts out there. One is you did this huge survey. I think you had something like over 8,000 responses. So this is really robust.
Yes, and by the way, I was in that grant that I was part of. Someone had to call all those people and make sure that the response rate was high. And I was one of the doobies on the phone helping get that response rate. And, the basics of research when you're a graduate student.
Yeah. Paying your dues.
Dues, right.
Yeah. So, all right. So you studied, I think this one specifically drew on to all male and all female orders.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about kind of how you got, what were you looking for and what did you actually find?
Well, these nuns run the schools and a lot of the hospitals, and priests run a lot of boys' schools and churches, and they don't mix all that much. And so we were able to really look at how the followers, or I don't know what you want to call it. You can't really call them employees, but you've got your leaders and your followers. How the followers of these leaders of these organizations rated their leaders, and whether or not they rated them to be transformational and inspirational, and inspiring them to people to go on to do more than they ever thought they could do, or whether they were simply what we call transactional leaders, which is that you do this, I'll do that for you. Basically leadership as a transaction, which is get this done and then we'll promote you to that, as opposed to inspiring. And what we found was huge, significant difference, that the women were much more transformational than the men. And that was quite controversial at the time. A lot of research had been coming out about, hey, women can be leaders too. There's women's ways of knowing. And, women are different, but they can also be good leaders. And so it was kind of at the edge of that period of time where there was a lot being written about whatever happened to women leaders. Right?
Okay. And so I think one of the surprises that I took away, that I think one of the things that surprised you, I think, as well from reading the article, was that there was more transformational leadership kind of between both men and women than I think you expected.
Yes.
But even so, women showed more transformational leadership than men.
Yes. Thanks for reminding me of that. The only thing that I remember really was that.
Yeah. So it was only 35 years ago.
Yeah.
30.
Well, I think you would expect it. Yeah, you'd expect it within the Catholic Church. There's a lot of reason for inspiration, right?
Right. Sure. I mean, people presumably are in these organizations because they, are inspired or want to be inspired, right?
Yes.
To do what they do. So one of the things you talked about in the article I thought was interesting, and you kind of just raised it a second ago, is about the industry's perspective on women and women in leadership roles. And one of the things you discussed, and in the article I thought was interesting, was, women in mixed gender organizations might have less power because of their status as women, but this study controls for that.
Yes. Yeah.
And so one argument could be, well, women show more transformational leadership when they're in mixed gender environments, because they don't have as much, they can't draw on as a power base that would allow them to be transactional.
Yes.
I think, is that the correct?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, I would say that's true today too.
Okay.
Continues to be true, I think. Yeah.
But the conclusion of the paper really is women just do it more, even when they're, I mean, this is the interest, I think is kind of one of the interesting things is about that paper was, even when it was an all women organization, they still engaged in more transformational leadership than their male counterparts.
Yes. It's interesting to think about transformational leadership as being sort of a feminine way of leading. So it's basically getting to know people, helping them to develop, right? And it's it just feels a little, you talked about theory X, theory Y. I mean, it feels very theory Y. And I started really thinking about it as I started delving into a lot of the literature on what differentiates men from women's values and things like that. And nobody had ever really talked about how this transformational leadership theory that was touted as so great really was consistent with women's values. And so that was an epiphany for me. And
okay.
Yeah. And so the paper continues to get cited quite often. Which I guess, I think, it's attractive to people who are interested in religion and people who are interested in gender issues in general. So, yeah. But let me say one more thing about the paper.
Yeah.
It probably wouldn't have been a solo authored paper, but what happened was at the time, I saw my supervisor, David Nygren, who was the faculty member, who was the priest that was leading all this, found something that was a kind of a competition at the Center for Creative Leadership. And it was a competition of graduate students, graduate student written papers on leadership. So he encouraged me to finish up the paper. It forced me to finish it quickly and to submit it for that award. And I got the award. So
Nice.
I came in first place for this graduate student award at the Center for Creative Leadership. I got to fly out to that think tank and present the paper. And in retrospect, it really feels badly that David Nygren wasn't a co-author on that, since he was the PI on this. So it really should have been. I had a lot of support from him. But it really kind of launched my career, being able to have that award and the contacts I made through it and things like that.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, and it taught me a lot. So since I did have to write the paper on my own, so that was one of the stipulations. Yeah.
Well, as I read that paper, it struck me that, and I said this to you a minute ago before we got started. It struck me that I could see, doing my little retrospective look at your intellectual career, that you could see the germs of kind of a lot of what you did after, both in terms of kind of leadership and specifically self-managing teams, and also this kind of the importance of emotional intelligence, which in emotionally intelligent teams, which we'll come to in a minute. So through the 90s, I saw in your publications that you did a lot with self-managing teams. So how did the self-managing teams theme, how did you get involved in that? And how was that kind of an outgrowth of what you'd been doing at BU?
Okay, so, I went in there knowing I was interested in teams, but trying to figure out, well, what was I going to do with my dissertation? And we had the good fortune to be connected with Polaroid, which was in Cambridge, and which was very close to Boston University. And they had created self-managing teams at Polaroid. And so we had a representative come in and talk to one of my classes on group dynamics. It was talking all about self-managing teams. And it just clicked. I mean, he basically said, look, we have these people on the shop floors in self-managing teams. They no longer have to ask permission to use the restroom. They can decide on their own. Okay, so all of this just hit me like, what? They don't have permission? So all of my, social justice stuff all came in, and I just fell in love with that idea, and so that became a big interest at that time. And
okay. Yeah. So talk about a self-managing team a little more. Aside from being able to decide when you want to go to the bathroom, what's the difference between a self-managing team and I guess a traditional team, if that's the right word?
So a traditional team has a leader on it, and the leader can be as hierarchical and controlling, or as empowering as they want, but primarily the leader runs the ship. And so the team members do what the leader wants. All right. But self-managing team basically said the philosophy is, why do you need a leader? If you can get them to interact, and these are smart people to begin with that know the work, if we put them in self-managing teams where they share leadership, and typically the teams, especially the teams that I started studying for my dissertation, they would rotate this position of kind of facilitator. right? And so you would always have somebody who was, filling out the schedule and doing kind of the paperwork for the team, but it would rotate, or, whether it rotated weekly or every 6 months. And then you wouldn't have to have someone telling you when to do things, and you could decide things on your own. And so it obviously cut out a layer of management. So it was, economically feasible. You'd have one leader in charge of, say 10 teams, right? And so you would still report to someone, but the teams were semi-autonomous,
Okay.
And that's the idea. You still always have a leader. So that's the idea, essentially.
How popular is this idea? I mean, like, I've read about Gore and some other organizations, but I'm curious, how popular is this idea out in the world based on your research?
Okay. Well, it waxes and wanes. All right. At the time, I did my literature review for my dissertation on it, and there had been pockets of places. Gaines Dog Food had done it for a while. There had been over in the UK, they had done it in mining teams. And it was always really successful. Motivation went up, team members loved it. But then it would last for a while, and then a new leader would come in and say, I don't want to work this way. So it was always, at the behest of whoever was running the ship at the time, could decide whether they were going to keep it or trash it, whether they were willing to share control or wanted control. And so a lot of it really depended on that. And so my dissertation, basically, the whole literature review basically said, look, it's a great idea. By all accounts, it works well. All the studies that have been done on it show, but don't count on leaders to continue to support it, which is essentially what happened at the plant where I worked. It happens all the time. So it's waxing and waning. Right now, it's coming back under a new term, which is called shared leadership, which is a very big deal right now. And people are trying to figure out, well, what exactly is that? But it always comes down to how much control management really wants to give to the people that they're responsible for.
Okay. How much do you, I saw some references to self-leadership, Chuck Mann's work. How much do you do with, how important is that literature in understanding effective self-managing teams? So kind of, is the self-leadership piece important in understanding how a team then is able to build on those units, or can you deal with it at the more macro team level?
So, Chuck Mans was one of the first people to start studying self-managing teams. And he got very interested in the idea of self-leadership mattering, in self-managing teams. But you have to remember that I took a social psychological lens to teams. And so my idea was always, what matters more is the culture you create in a team than in the skills you develop in any one individual. So my idea was, coming back to my own self, I was a perfectly capable individual with a lot of different skills, but in some environments I'd use them and in some environments I wouldn't. So so my lens was just very different. So I never used Chuck Mann's, I'm sure I referred to it. It was very popular for a while. And of course his research, he was a real starter, led a movement, I felt.
Yeah. Well, he was also one of my professors from when I did my MBA.
Yes, so that's so cool.
Yeah.
He's been at UMass
Yeah.
Amherst now for ages. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. Okay. So what did you learn that made self-managing teams effective?
Yeah. So just a slight background. I went for my dissertation to a plant that had 300 self-managing work teams. And I studied the teams there. And I went down and basically lived with these teams for 2 months, and then came back a few times after I did my collection over time. And I collected all kinds of information from them. But primarily what I ended up using for my dissertation was this information about the norms, the culture that the team would develop. So some teams would just develop a culture. Okay, they'd have rules that sort of engaged them. So let me give you an example. One rule was focused on for sort of feedback and what I called team self-evaluation. So periodically they'd step back and they'd say, okay, how are we doing? What needs to be tweaked? This kind of thing. Another rule that ended up being really powerful was they actually got to know each other at a level, so they could predict one another's behavior. So they would say, well, you're not going to want to do this, you're going to want to do that, and so they knew each other at this level. And some teams just didn't have those kind of rules. They didn't know each other. They never stepped back and looked at. And so what I found was, in the end, a set of norms that I felt differentiated those teams that were really great from those teams that were not so great. And that was the outcome of my dissertation. By the way, another thing that affected my dissertation was that I had handed my survey data, most of my survey data, over to a company that was going to be scanning. It was like early in the scanning technology, right? But we used to have to enter the data one by one every survey, every time. Right. And I gave it to the scanning, and they lost the data. They moved offices, and they lost the data. You cannot believe it. So I think I was the first graduate in a psychology department that produced a dissertation that was primarily qualitative. I did have some surveys. There was one survey in particular that I did not use scanning technology for that I had. But anyway, that's a whole other story. So it was a panic moment.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was. But so anyway, it ended up being great data, and I delved in, and it was fascinating to look at. Interviews. I did 3-hour interviews, individuals with teams, all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Just as kind of an aside, what kind of, do you see yourself as a qualitative researcher or primarily a quantitative researcher at this point? How do you approach problems, or do you do a little bit of both? Do you dabble in both?
I dabble in both, but I prefer qualitative research. So that kind of set me on. I mean, I'd never taken a course in qualitative research, but that's what I had. I had to figure it out on the fly. I just love the richness of it. And so I do both. I've done both, but I really feel like you can dig deeply and hear the stories that aren't.
Yeah, I'm the same. So I think so. So some of the things you're talking about with the getting to know people, this is where that resonates back to the transformational leadership that you talked about, right? And it kind of leads to the other stream of your research, which is more in the emotional intelligence resident at the team level. Mm-hmm. EI, EQ, emotional quotient, those also are kind of buzzwords out of the 80s, right?
90s.
Was it 90s? Or 90s? That was actually early 90s, right? Goldman published his big popular book in the 90s. But that research had been going on in one shape or another for a while.
Not really. First paper, I think, the first academic paper was published by Peter Salovey and Jack Mayer. Jack Mayer is in the psychology department here at UN.
Right. Yeah. Yep.
And Peter Salovey, he was doing a postdoc with Peter Salovey at Yale. And Peter Salovey at the time was famous for his research on envy, jealousy, things like that. So he was in emotion research. But 1991, I think, was the first year that their first paper came out on that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So when did you become aware of that?
Okay. Good question. Great question.
And how did you kind of make that link between emotional intelligence and transformational leadership, which you had already been working with?
Sure. So when I was in graduate school, I was so interested in teams that I took a bunch of, first of all, I took some clinical psychology courses on group therapy, since I was in the psych department. But I also took a 2-year program with a educational institution called National Training Laboratories. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not.
Okay. So they're quite famous for training people in, basically psychology of groups. And they use what's called T-group methodology, where you put people in a group and, And it's one way of for people to sort of learn about themselves relative to groups. There are three main traditions in that. There's the Tavistock method, which is big with in the United Kingdom. There's the Gestalt method, which was when I was in Cleveland, I was able to learn the Gestalt method. But National Training Laboratories, which is out of Maine, has this T group methodology. So anyway, long story short, they put you in a group and you study the group and you study each other. You study how the group culture emerges. And what I learned in that was that the primary way to find out what the issues were in a group was to pay attention to the emotion on people's faces. So I did a 2-year program with them. And basically, what I learned was anything you wanted to know about a group was in the emotion that you were catching from the others in the group. You know, emotion is contagious. You could see it on the faces. So people's frustration, okay, what are they frustrated about? So everything you needed to know about facilitating a group or what the problems currently were would emerge out of the emotion that was being experienced by group members and that was contagious within the group. Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I first learned about the power of emotion in groups. It's powerful, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then how did you tie that to leadership and take it to that next level?
Sure. So I had been talking about emotion in groups and, writing about my self-managing team stuff. And I was at Case Western Reserve for 8 years, where Richard Boyatzis is. I don't know if you recognize that name. He's one of the authors.
I recognize, but I don't.
Yeah. So he's one of the authors in emotional intelligence. He was Daniel Goleman's roommate at Harvard during their PhD program.
Oh, that's neat.
Yep.
Okay.
And furthermore, the reason I got to know Richard Boyatzis is because Richard Boyatzis, Daniel Goleman, and I all had the same mentor. We all studied under David McClelland. They had studied at Harvard, and Harvard had required McClelland to retire at a certain age, and McClelland came over to Boston University where I was. And so he was my dissertation chair. And so we all knew each other through that connection. And so when they were writing a book on, it was an edited book, and they wanted someone to write a chapter on emotional intelligence in teams. They asked me to do that. And that's how that started to emerge. I contacted a good friend of mine from graduate school, Stephen Wolf, and we wrote a book chapter on what would an emotionally intelligent team look like.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a little bit about emotional intelligence as a construct first, and then we can, and hopefully this actually makes sense this time, to go from individual emotional intelligence to group emotional intelligence. Or or am I getting that wrong, like I did with self-leadership and self-leading teams?
No.
Do you think there's a connection? So in that case, you do see scaling kind of important.
But again, I come back to norms rather than individuals. So rather than looking at individual emotional intelligence, which I'll explain in a second, rather than that building an emotionally intelligent team, I look at how do you create an emotionally intelligent culture? Okay. And so that's what's different.
Well, let's talk about emotional intelligence for a minute, because that is of interest to leaders, I think, in general. And then let's talk about how that kind of all fits together with your larger theory.
Yeah. So it's a complicated topic that it's hard to say in a soundbite, but I'll do my best. Basically, the idea is that our brain is, I'll explain it the way that, who's that guy that I always talk about all the time? I can't think of his name. The Nobel Prize winner.
You think of Kahneman?
Yeah, Dan Kahneman. I love that.
Kahneman?
He's just amazing. Yeah. He talks about system 1, system 2. This is what I like to, because it's illogical. System 1 essentially is our old brain. It's really the bottom of the brain. Some people talk about left, right, but it's really the bottom of the brain, close to the brainstem. It was the first part of the brain to evolve, and it picks up everything from emotion. So we didn't have, a verbal cortex in those days. We didn't have language. Everything came from instinct and emotion. All right. And then our ancestors developed what we call the prefrontal cortex, which is the analytical part of the brain, which is how we solve math problems, and we're logical thinkers and things like that. But what a little known fact is that the emotion part of the brain never shuts off. And so we used to think that they were two different things. Leave your emotion at the door. You're not going to use your logical brain. Turns out that that's just not true. We never turn off the emotion part of the brain. And so, but what the emotion part of the brain does is it provides us with valuable information about the social situation or the situation in general. All right.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it works super fast. The emotion part of our brain takes in, and I'm going to say this slowly because it's going to be shocking to you, 11 million bits of information per second.
Wow.
And I've seen the research paper that discovered that. 11 million bits of information per second, 10 million of which comes from our eyes. All right. So what this means is that a lot of the emotion part of our brain is working at an unconscious level. It's involuntary. This is not something we have to turn on. It's taken care of. It's why when you're driving a car and all of a sudden you quickly swerve to get out of the way of something, you didn't have to think about that. Your emotion brain was picking up information way before it was part of your conscious awareness. Well, it turns out that social situations today, some of the most nerve-wracking, dangerous situations that we're in are social situations. It used to be fight or flight, blah, 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 run from the woolly mammoths. But if you and I were in a tribe together and you saw the woolly mammoth, I could see your face. I wouldn't have to see the woolly mammoth.
Right.
You would telegraph to me and we would run unless I had the spear in my hand, and then I'd get the spear out and we'd win the battle, right?
Right.
So we have this capacity not just to have this emotion system that is constantly giving us information. We have a capacity to read the emotion on other people's faces. So that we have what are called mirror neurons that pick up on other people's emotions, and we literally catch that. So we think about emotional intelligence as information that comes from two sources: yourself and your own awareness of the situation, and the people around you and what you pick up from them. So that's part of it. But basically, emotion is information, and it is affecting your behavior constantly. If you're not aware that emotion is affecting your decisions, then you're letting emotion get in the way of your decisions. There's no such thing as making a decision unless it's a math problem without involving emotion. And if it's a math problem, you have to control your emotion and turn it off as best you can so that you can focus on just the logic of the math. People who can't turn off their emotion, they're scanning, do really poorly on math.
Yeah. Well, Kahneman, so I mean, you brought up Kahneman, so, and his system 1, system 2. So system 1 is the, a lot of the fight or flight, woolly mammoth. I see your eyes go wide, and so I know I'm activated to action kind of thing. And what you just said about being able to turn the emotions off and do something more logical seems to fit with his system 2 argument that I've got to stop the immediate emotion and think a longer term, make some sort of plan, analyze and think through.
Yes. And but the way to do that is to recognize that the emotion is there.
Okay.
It's the best way to do it. I mean, that's what everybody recommends these days, is if you can say, all right, I know the emotion's there, I'm gonna push it aside, or I'm gonna push it out of the way. And so this is where emotional intelligence becomes important. It allows you to push aside the emotion that's not constructive, or it allows you to tune into the emotion that is something like, for example, when you're in a group and you want to know what the issues are, you can just read it on people's faces.
So I'm in a group, I'm picking up on some emotional current, and if I'm emotionally intelligent, I can read that, and rather than just letting the emotion control me, I can step back and analyze it. And am I
kind of
saying that right?
So you would have to, you obviously, with our analytical mind, you're going to have to make a decision given the situation that you're in, whether this is something you're going to stop and deal with at the moment or not. But if, you get, for example, I do a lot of work with groups. I do a lot of consulting work with teams. And I walk in the room and I look at the faces and I can feel what's going on at any point in time. And I can see certain people that are really, I can look at where they're sitting. I can look at certain faces versus others. Some people are happy to be there. Some people aren't. I can immediately see who's alienated, who's respected. I mean, here's another thing, by the way. There's a social hierarchy in every group. And we are so fine-tuned in our ability to pick up on it. We don't miss a trick. We know where we are in that social hierarchy. Okay. And so you can, if you're paying attention to it, you can, if you bring it to your conscious awareness, you can see it getting in the way of things. You can see people shutting up, not opening their mouths to let the social hierarchy answer, which is, whether you're in a self-managing team or not, happens.
Yeah.
Okay. Even in a self-managing team, there's a hierarchy. And it's the good self-managing teams that don't allow the hierarchy to control what goes on in the team. If that makes sense, I could go off on that, but you tell me what you're interested in following up on.
Tell me, I just want to stick with the individual EI for another minute. So good EI, bad EI, or maybe that's not the right way to say it. EI is a tool, right? I mean, in a sense, and it can be used for good or ill. I guess that's what I was going to try to say. Sure. So talk about how leaders with high emotional intelligence operate a little bit. Like, what is it they're doing differently than somebody who doesn't have the same level of emotional intelligence?
Okay. I'll give you an example of a leader who was talking about a situation. So this is a leader, one of the top leaders in an organization that I was in recently, and he was talking about how he walked into work one day and he'd had some car trouble. And he walked in with a frown on his face. And everybody kept looking at him in a fearful way, right? And he quickly realized that people were misinterpreting the frown on his face. They were worried. Everybody was worried about layoffs, weird things going on. You got the news about this project that was supposed to sell. And he quickly figured that out. And he was able to say, hey, by the way, everybody, I had car trouble. Just to let you know, forgive me if it seems like it's not you, it's the car trouble, right? And so, good leaders recognize that they're on stage and that they are always being read. Here's another one that good leaders are good at. They're good at managing. Let me tell you, I had a leader once say to me, I'm so busy and crazy, and I have these people come up to me and say, can you help me? And I'm thinking, they got one thing on their plate and I got 30 things on my plate. And so what's a good leader going to do? The good leader is going to say, absolutely, I can help you. They're going to control their own anger at this petty little thing. And they're going to, in a transformational leadership way, and they're going to think about the development of the individual and say, I'll help you this time. Let's figure out how you can get better at doing this yourself. So, you mentioned it earlier, but there's a huge link between EI and transformational leadership. It's now coming out in a lot of research.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the bad EI, good EI, or the leader using EI for good or ill?
Okay. So first of all, let me say you can do that with any leadership theory. Right? Anytime we teach leadership, and this is the big, lots of times when I tell people I teach in a business school, I tell my psychology folks, they feel like I've sold out. I'm teaching leaders how to manipulate, right?
Right.
But my favorite theory that talks about this is David McClelland, my old mentor, who was my advisor on my dissertation. He basically has a theory about what he calls the need for influence. And he calls it also the need for influence and power. And what he found in his research and his students found is that there's two ways leaders come at the role. Either they want influence and power for themselves, okay, or they want influence and power for the good of the group and the good of the cause, okay. And so the way I like to think about it is I'm hoping and I'm encouraging you to embrace these concepts for the good of the cause. And one of the things I always do with my students is I try to say, what's the cause that you're going to work toward? What is the cause what are your values? What are you going to move toward? Self-aggrandizement or anything like that is not good leadership, right? And so that's how I think about that.
Okay. All right. So, but if you could potentially be a very emotionally intelligent leader and
manipulate,
really all that comes down is you're just really good at manipulating people.
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Same with transformational leadership, any leadership theory. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. That's
yeah.
So it really kind of comes down to what your goal is. So your end matters.
Yes. And I like to think that most leaders, because leadership is hard work, it's really hard work. And so if you go into it, you want to lead. I think most people go into it with the hope of making a difference.
I think so. I mean, that's my observation. So I wanted to take that next level now and say, okay, so let's talk about we've talked about emotional intelligence at the individual level, but now your research has largely been around teams and the emotional intelligence resident in a team. So we'll probably build a bit off, and we already kind of briefly mentioned, you have an HBR article with Stephen Wolf called "Building the Emotional Intelligence of Groups," and I found it ungated on the web, so I'm going to hang that on the show notes when we're done, so we can talk about. Yeah. So folks want to look at that and see a little more detail what we're talking about. You can grab that off the show notes. So what did you, so you'd been working with transformational leadership, you've been working with self-managing teams. How did this come together to kind of influence or help create your theory about the emotional intelligence resident in groups?
Okay. So back to my idea of individual skills, individual abilities not mattering all that much in a team. And what really matters is whether or not the environment you create brings out the best in you. Okay. And so what I was interested in doing was creating this model. And this is what I had from my dissertation to begin with. And then we tweaked that model somewhat. Was a model of the norms that allowed people to get to know one another and value one another, which brought out the best in people. Okay, so everyone was included. Keep in mind that these were self-managing teams we originally were studying. So it was really about knocking down the hierarchy and really using the resources in the team. And so I started doing some more digging around. And one of the things that I found in the literature, and by the way, one of the most interesting things about the emotion literature right now is it's linked to social neuroscience, right? Okay. I got to acknowledge that this is the most fascinating piece of this is how the brain works and all this. But it turns out that whenever we go into a group environment, we have these primal social needs that need to be met. And if they're not met, our emotion, we have uncomfortable emotion emerge. So we basically created a model that would enable people to be comfortable, have their social needs met so that their emotion would be at the service of positive outcomes in the team, right? So I'm no longer worried about not being included, not being heard, not being understood. It turns out that people thrive and their endorphins go off when they're in an environment where they feel understood, seen, felt, heard, and valued. Yeah. Their endorphins go off. They want that. They crave that. So we basically help build an environment that does that with these norms. Okay. And that's the emotionally intelligent environment. So an emotionally intelligent environment brings out the best, views people as emotional beings. So there's a little bit of leap in logic there. But that's how we argue it.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the specifics that you covered in the article. So you said you had norms that create awareness of emotions and then norms that help regulate emotions. You had kind of two categories of norms. Mm-hmm. And then so within the norms that create awareness of emotions, you were just talking a little bit about, one of them you have listed as interpersonal understanding. Mm-hmm. So that's the piece where I think where you were just talking about where, like, if I feel listened to and heard, then I'm going to feel more comfortable. Is that?
Yes.
And then the perspective taking was the other piece there. What's that about, and why is that important for the at the individual level?
Okay, so first of all, I have to tell you that that paper obviously was written in 2001, and it's kind of evolved since then.
Okay, sure.
But so let me see. I'm going to try to answer your question through the evolution.
Even better if you can. If you give me the updated version, that's even better. Okay. Sure.
So awareness of emotion is really awareness of individuals and people. And that turns out that interpersonal understanding, as we went off and studied it in many different organizations, becomes really, really important in teams. It was most strongly linked to performance of anything we studied in teams, which piqued our curiosity. And so interpersonal understanding is awareness of what excites that person, what they're good at, who they are underneath it all, and not, their initial presentation, right? So when you take time to really get to know that person, that emotional being as who they are, it begins to create that sense of acceptance of who I am. I can be myself here, right?
Yeah.
And so that awareness. So we had three, I think we ended up in the end with three, statistically too. We looked at this statistically. In that awareness of emotion piece, we have interpersonal understanding, confronting members who break norms, and caring behavior. Those three were the three that statistically fell in there. I think perspective taking was in managing emotion, was it?
So you had perspective taking as norms that create awareness of emotions, and then you had confronting and caring as norms that help regulate emotions.
Okay, so it turns out that they don't fit in this awareness and regulation clumps. They factor analyze into individual level, team level, external level. So interpersonal understanding, confronting, and caring are one individual level thing. Team self-evaluation, and we no longer, seeking feedback fell out. It was completely team self-evaluation and seeking feedback were one and the same. Creating resources for working with emotion, and I think proactive problem solving is underneath that. Those link together. Although proactive problem solving also somewhat links to the external. Oh, and creating an affirmative environment. Yeah. Optimism. We now call that optimism. Those link together. And then the final one is the external boundary. So that's how we talk about them now.
Okay. So the columns still kind of stand, but sounds like you've kind of mixed the rows, if you will.
Yeah, I no longer think about them as being awareness and regulation. That's interesting. Thank you for reminding me of that. Maybe I should be. Maybe at least I should be remembering for anybody who reads the article, they need to know that that's what they're thinking. People, by the way, the article's been republished 4 times in books by HBR.
Yeah,
it's a huge seller for them. People like that.
Yeah. It's been cited more than 1,000 times. So it's had a lot of influence in the field.
It has. It's been cited by a lot. I get a lot of requests for it.
Yeah. So some of this stuff that kind of, so you were still thinking individual level. We've got norms. So for example, norms of confronting, right? So that's a tough one, right? I think most people don't like doing that.
Right.
So how do you create, and a lot of times when it happens, people get very defensive. So how does a effective team deal with that then?
Brilliant question, Mark. Brilliant question. So let me say this. First of all, I took a lot of flack for calling that confronting. A lot of people got really upset with me because it was as if I was advocating for people to be rude to one another. But in my original research, which had been done on the shop floor, the norm was really confrontational. People they knew each other so well that they but then they were softer for some people, a little bit harder. But the idea was you didn't let this stuff pass. If somebody broke an informal rule, you didn't. And in the not so good teams, over and over, I heard, well, I don't want to disturb them. I don't. So I kept it in there and I fought for it. Eventually, we changed the terminology. And let me see if I can find what we're calling it now, because I've been writing about it and I should have it. Okay, here it is. We now call it addressing unhelpful behavior. Okay. But we did. Wow. Steve and I did a really good study of it. And what we found was that you really had to have interpersonal understanding well honed in order to be able to do the confrontation. So you had to tailor, essentially, you had to tailor the confrontation to the individual. Okay? So this is what I'm teaching teams now. I'm saying what you do is up front, you clarify what's unhelpful behavior in this team. And you say, okay, well, showing up late is unhelpful. Not doing the work you said you were going to do is unhelpful. Cutting people off is unhelpful. Looking at your cell phone during the middle of a meeting is unhelpful. They list it all, and you're going to constantly amend this. And then you figure out a way you're going to confront people. And, it usually begins with a new team where you take someone aside and you say it. But eventually in the great teams, people get confronted right in the team. And so that's the way I'm thinking about it now. I can tell you that there's nothing that ticks people off more than the unfairness of not confronting people when they break norms. Fair behavior, by the way, treating people fairly suggests that they're valued. So let's come back to this social need. I mean, this is literature. This is all in the psychology literature. That the importance of fairness, even animals know when they haven't been treated fairly. Okay, and it's atavistic. It's primal. And what we now know is that when you are treated unfairly, you don't feel valued. And so this is an important norm. You need to basically give people a heads up ahead of time and say, we're going to call you out if you do this. And then you need to treat people fairly.
I'm not, I don't know the experimental economics literature as well as I probably should, but I know they're in the experimental economics literature. They've done games with that where people got treated unfairly, and then and in the next round they were willing to sacrifice like higher payoffs for themselves to punish the people who treated them unfairly. Yes. So even though they wound up with less
money themselves, they're all into punishment. Yeah. That's what you get. Retribution. It's all about retribution when you're treated unfairly.
Right.
I mean, it's real affront. Yeah. It's a major affront to a social need, and your social need is to feel valued. Is to feel like you matter. The label that is used in the literature now that I've been using lately is you want to feel like you belong, that you matter to this team. People are going to care for you. You're in an environment where we care for one another and we have each other's backs. People thrive in those kind of environments.
So when you talk about norms, how much of those norms are emergent, meaning they come as a result of the repeated interaction within a team, and how much of them are formal and instituted in your research?
Great. You're so smart. These are great questions. It's fun talking to you.
Mostly because I sat in your class and listened to you talk about this.
Maybe.
But actually, I'm drawing on. But what's interesting about this, I just want to and I don't know if you're familiar with the institutional economics literature at all.
Oh, really?
But there's so there's that was actually a big area of my study back when I was doing my PhD, and so hearing a lot of this discussion about norms and emergence is a big theme in that literature. Sure. So it's just kind of
interesting. I'm going to have to write that down and take a look at it. I have looked at a lot of game theory and things like that.
I think you might like Doug North's work. I'll send you.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks.
he's got. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway,
Okay.
let's hear your version of it though.
All right.
So emergent norms versus formal
Yeah.
imposed norms.
Yeah. So we actually think about them as descriptive or prescriptive norms, right? So are we just describing what has emerged, or are we prescribing what you're going to be in? So first of all, norms always emerge. Behavior is never random in a group. At the very first meeting, we know important norms emerge. But we also know that norms can be prescribed. You can change, you can manage a team's culture by intentionally defining and supporting specific norms, reinforcing certain norms. And so a lot of great leaders know this. They norms come from values, and they call out behavior that's inconsistent with the norms. Okay. And so they define carefully. This is the intervention that I most teach for team leaders, which is to come up with a set of norms, and I offer my norms from my research, and but I also say, you got to pick norms that work for you, that work in your environment. But the idea is that you want to enforce them and you want to, reinforce them. So it's not my idea. Basically, what we're now learning, a couple things. Well, let me step back before I say that. Norms come from the top down. They're not egalitarian. People with power define the norms. So if I look at my undergraduate groups, I look at the kids with the greater status in the team. They're the ones that primarily, unless someone intervenes around them, they will define the norms. And I saw this a lot in my original work when I lived for 2 months in that organization. And in many of the really lousy self-managing work teams, the people with the status to define the norms were people who were bullies or, did not have, moral high ground, were not egalitarian, didn't care about anybody but themselves. So anyway, and a lot of norms just emerge and nobody realizes how powerful they are until you tell people, like, let me give you one norm that I talk a lot about, because it was a powerful intervention that I created in a team once. When people pick up their phones to check their texts in the middle of a meeting, like I'm doing right now to you.
Yeah. Vanessa's showing me your phone. Yeah. This is going to be audio.
Okay. They don't do that indiscriminately. They only do that when certain people are talking. All right. So the status hierarchy, it's the higher people in the status. You'd never do that for people who are high in the status hierarchy. However, it's different. You only do that when people who are lower in the status hierarchy start to talk. All right. But the norm is you can pick up your phone. So who sets those norms? It's always the powerful. They don't even notice it. They don't even notice people. So if you would say, hey, people pick up the phone in your team, people in the higher status say, no, they don't. They do not. Because
they don't when this high status person's
right. Right. Okay.
That's awesome.
and this is the kind of stuff that creates problems in a team. So what we now know from research is that people that are treated as if they don't matter, they don't belong, they're not part of the one that's cared for, they have really bad remedial behavior. They lose control of their emotions. All right. And people always say to me, but you mean you just have to take it? You can't fight back when people treat you like that? You just have to take it. Unfortunately, when you fight back, it doesn't help unless someone with high status signals to the group that they want you in. It's a fascinating line of research. You have no idea. And so it's fascinating. But so anyway, what I advocate is getting to know one another, creating norms that are quite clear, and blah, blah, blah. You get the rest, right?
Yeah. It's interesting hearing you talk about the getting to know each other. So one of the projects I've been working on for the last couple of years is, and I think I've probably told you about this, is I've been interviewing former military leaders who were leaders in the military health system, who retire from the military. So with the idea that, they've spent 20 plus years in the military in that system. So they're pretty institutionalized. Mm-hmm. And they leave that system, retire, and go to become a leader in a non-military civilian healthcare system someplace, so not associated with the federal government.
Yeah, fascinating.
And one of the most common things they talk about is this getting to know your employees and getting to know the people. It is a really profound norm in the military that leaders know their soldiers, sailors, whatever, airmen, Marines. And if you don't know their children's names and how old they are, and I mean, just a lot of stuff, that's a norm in the military. And if you don't know that stuff, you're a bad leader in the military.
Sure.
And you come out into the civilian, and these folks come out into the civilian market, and they're just kind of taken aback because that's not actually acceptable. Like you can't, like a couple of them are like, I can't even legally ask people some of those questions.
Yes.
And so that's one of the things that they really struggle with is that, the intimacy that leadership had in the military versus what it has in the civilian environment. And it probably varies from, and there's probably different ways of getting that information and so forth, but I imagine. But that was triggering as you were talking about.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I never heard that about the military, but it makes sense to me. I mean, whenever I have students who've been in the military in my MBA classes, they are so powerfully positive around that kind of issue about students getting to know one another, the community. Because I always try to build a community in my class. And it's so much easier when there's a military person in there who's part of that.
Interesting.
Yeah, someone's had a leadership role before.
And it's a norm, right? So that's like getting to know each other. And it's really interesting and so that's an important norm for your model then.
It's critical. It is the most important because I just come back to the social need of people wanting to be known, wanting to belong. Belonging. People don't really understand the belonging. I mean, the opposite of belonging is being rejected or excluded or ostracized. And people really get that. Nobody wants that. But they're actually two different things, but they're strongly related. When you don't feel like you belong, you're always on the edge. You're always on the edge of feeling excluded.
Yeah. And as social animals, going back to your woolly mammoth example, I mean, there's a fair amount of evolutionary psychology, discussion of what distinguishes Homo sapiens from, whatever I'm a little outside my field here, but, prior generations of, pre-humans is that our brain size increased in order to process the 11 million signals per second. Right. It was precisely to be able to handle that complex social data that's constantly coming in.
Yes.
And it's what enables us to behave in more effective ways than our predecessors did.
Yes, indeed. It's required. It enables us to pass our genes on, but it also enables our communities to be stronger so that we pass our genes on. So it's,
right.
We maintain our belonging because if we were kicked out of the tribe, we were dead. We couldn't pass our genes on, and it makes a stronger community that can go on and survive as well. Blah, blah, blah.
But to be rejected or to be pushed down the hierarchy has a direct impact, right? That base brain stem level kind of fear gets triggered, right?
It is really bad. It's like physical pain. I mean, the brain lights up in the same place as physical pain does. And if you feel rejected, you know what helps it? Take 2 Tylenol.
Does that really?
It reduces your feeling. It reduces your feeling badly about yourself.
Oh, no.
Because it's
all right. I'm going to prescribe that to my
social pain.
Yeah, prescribe that for heartache. I guess.
For heartache. Yeah.
Well, so in your paper, or it's a chapter actually with Wolf, Komen, and Messer, you take this idea of emotionally competent groups and their norms that builds social capital, which then builds a task-focused processes, which then leads to team effectiveness. Can you talk about that kind of construct a little bit? Is that something you're still working with, and is that still valid? Because I know this is also like 15 years old too, but
Yeah, it is. I'm thinking about it a little bit differently now, but yeah, absolutely. So the way I think about it these days is that we're asking a lot more of our teams. And we can even, let's talk about, for example, let's bring up in a healthcare setting, teams in a hospital. Okay.
Great.
So we're really asking a lot, much more of teams than we ever have in the past, in the sense that the information that they have available to them is much larger. There's information overload, and the problems are more complex than they've ever been. And there's so much information; it's much more difficult for individuals to make decisions without a team. All right. So I'm assuming, and this has been my assumption of the medical environment, that if you've got good people around you helping you make a decision, whether it's a team of doctors and nurses, et cetera, helping you, we're all looking at different pieces of information that matter. I mean, the problems and the analysis and the weaving in and out of all this information is much more complex than it used to be. The dilemma is that, coming back to the economics literature, people are wary of teams. Teams are threatening.
Oh, okay.
Teams can be threatening because you have this idea that you can be excluded. Okay. Huge literature in the psychology literature about people not sharing their information these days, not sharing everything they know, for fear of stepping on people's toes. For many different reasons. One of the reasons why psychological safety is so important these days in all these environments is that despite the fact that they need this information more than ever, the world in teams is very scary with all these different hierarchies, right? Besides the fact that a lot of the information that I have, if I share it with you, it's no longer mine. Okay. If I could just tell you, I mean, there is this fascinating paper about how much information people will actually share. And people are so smart, they only share as much as everybody else is sharing and no more. The level at which everybody else is sharing, because your information is your power. Right. And so there's a lot of situations where we're asking a lot of people, but there are tripwires. You can step on the doctor's toes and say something that gets you in trouble, right? We all know this. So you conform with what the hierarchy. You could lose your job if you, or your ability to be in the emergency room if you're not following orders by these doctors. You could share all your good information, and then the other nurses or the others could have it, and then they've got what you've got, your secret way of doing this or that, right? And so there's a lot of disincentive. It's being part of a team is what we call a mixed motive task, right? Okay. Come back to and so my argument, the argument that I'm making now, is that you have to create an environment where people feel like they belong and they're part of something important, and that they have some control over the environment in order to get them to fully embrace the task at hand and to give the more pro-social information. So they're not thinking selfishly, they're thinking pro-socially. So coming to the task behavior, if you want people to really give to the task, don't be naive and assume they're just going to do it without creating an environment that's conducive to this. Is that making sense? I know I'm kind of explaining this.
So these norms. So how do we create these norms that, right? Because it comes back to the norms.
It comes back to the norms where you create everybody's feeling, like they are respected and part of the whole. Right? We can talk about the specifics there if you want, but which gets them out of their self-focused or their fear. Right? Makes them feel more psychologically safe. And gets them to then contribute their best information, their best ideas, because they're part of something, and they contribute more to the task, right? And then that.
If you see hanging on to information as a self-protective measure, then that psychological safety is really important, right? So because you're not going to let go of all of your information if that disarms you.
And let me tell you that I'd been reading about this for years in the psychology literature, in the economics literature. But until I got out there and started consulting with teams, I had no idea how bad it was out there. So in terms of people holding on, not sharing stuff, and it's really both out of fear and out of being strategic. So the fear is I have to maintain my power. So it is often fear. I've either I don't want to step on someone's shoes, or I lose my status, or I lose my job, and I also have to maintain my power. And so there's a lot of partial in, very smart, getting in there. I contribute just as much as everyone else. I know how to do that.
Yeah.
And it's feigning is what I call it now in my writing. They're feigning contributions. And they're doing as much as everybody else, and they're saying the right thing, and they're doing the right thing, and they're saving their butts, they're saving their jobs, but they're not really in there giving their whole. And so what I found is that if I can do interventions with these teams, and it's talked about in the like one of my favorite books that recently came out. I don't think I have it here. Is about a team coach that it's called the $1 trillion coach.
Okay.
Have you heard of it?
I have not.
Okay. Team coach that worked with Steve Jobs, he worked with Apple, Microsoft. They call him the $1 trillion coach because he coached the teams for all these great leaders. And what he did was he built, what they're saying is that we all know Steve Jobs was a jerk, right? If he hadn't had a coach coaching his team, making everybody feel like they were belonging, getting people out of being selfish and not worried about conforming, they never would have created the great things that they did.
Wow.
Yeah. And this coach argued that you have coaches for individuals, you have coaches for sports teams. What makes you think you don't need a coach in a company? And my argument is you don't necessarily need a coach. You need a leader who thinks of themselves as a coach and who creates the environment that enables people to be this way, right? Blah, blah, blah.
So is that, okay, you immediately made me think, are you coming back to your self-managing teams idea then? Is that, because that's what that sounds like. That sounds
you have to let go of a lot of control. You have to still be in control. You have to recognize your control as a leader. Have to, and you have to enforce the norms, but you have to let the team help you know what the norms are that need to be created. Right. Because you don't see them, because nobody picks up the phone when you're talking.
Right.
So you let them tell you what's needed, and you continually tweak it, right? With this team self-evaluation continually, and you help them feel, and you give them a lot of control, but you still have to be there ready to be the leader when you need it. I'm not a huge proponent of self-managing teams anymore.
Oh, okay.
What I'm a proponent of is leaders who give up control, who are willing to give up control and step in only when the team needs them.
And behave more like a $1 trillion coach.
Behave like a $1 trillion coach, behave like a transformational leader, and not be overly controlling. Yeah. Which is hard for doctors.
Okay. So let's kind of, I wanted to make that kind of final leap. I've gotten to know you over the last couple of years because we've both been involved with the New Hampshire Physician Leadership Development Program that's being run at UNH out of the Paul College. And so and I got to watch you teach a number of seminars to a group of physicians who were coming to learn leadership skills so that they could move from clinician to clinician leader. So what have you learned about, like physicians and their and the healthcare system through that experience, and what kind of leadership they need to learn?
Sure. So let me first say that the group that we're working with is a self-selected group. So these are people who want to move into leadership or are being encouraged, and so they're already a group of people who are not, I think, so hard to work with. But I've heard horror stories. One of the things we know, and this has been true, I've worked with a lot of engineers, but there are certain jobs. I mean, to become a doctor, you have to do so well on cognitive tasks that you have not honed your emotional intelligence, right? You haven't had to hone your emotional intelligence and your ability to empathize, and I think that the system, just like it does for lawyers. I've also worked with lawyers, and lawyers are really hard to work with. Because they're rewarded for being better than other people, right? Good judgment skills. Anyway, this group that we've been working with, they really get it. So one of the pleasures of working with them is how smart they are. If you give them an argument, they get it. And they're motivated to want to take it on and learn it, and, like no other group I've ever worked with. So first of all, I want to say that the dilemma is that they're taught, and it's our friend, it's our mutual buddy. What's his name? Neil Meehan, who told me this, and so I know this from Neil. They're trained to know that they are the person who stands between death and life. They have to be the decision maker. They cannot shirk their responsibility. They have to know what matters. And so they have a hard time letting go of control. And they're trained that way, and they're rewarded for that, right? As they're developing. So to me, the biggest challenge is not their motivation to want to do it with this group or their ability to get it or to be necessarily emotionally intelligent for this group, but it's the willingness to let go of control. Let in the information from the team, right?
So where have they shown hesitancy to let in the team?
So I've been working with them to examine the norms in their teams. All these folks are leaders, and they take the model with the norms, and they go and they assess the norms, and they come back. And some of the norms are things like a team self-evaluation, or allowing the team to have a little more control than the leader has, right? And they come back with a read on the norm, which is more them in control than the team members being in control. It's a very hierarchical environment.
Yeah,
and their training perpetuates that, right?
Yeah,
and it's exactly the kind of environment that needs people to be rewarded for speaking their mind, right?
Right. I mean, I speak as if I was still in healthcare. I mean, we are trying in healthcare. I know we are trying to create better opportunities for people to speak up, particularly in pre-surgical situations. They now have a formal timeout where everybody has to agree that this is the patient and this is the thing we're doing, and which sounds a bit silly, but there's a real problem with wrong site surgeries and all those kinds of things. And when you are a patient in that situation, it seems like they're playing some sort of game, but it really is it's meant to be a norm that allows people to speak.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I think it's really powerful. I think it's really positive. Yeah. I think that's working really well. Yeah, I would say. Although I just had some interesting experiences with my dad in a hospital, and my 89-year-old dad has recently had surgery and has been in and out of hospitals, and it's been fascinating to be a fly on the wall while these things are going on. Yeah.
Especially now that you've seen and interacted with these leaders.
Yeah, not with the hospital that we've been working in. This is he's
right.
Yeah.
Different hospital.
Yeah, and to see the hierarchy at play, see the hierarchy and just the whole all the way on down. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm curious. To wrap up and now to just wrap up our chat. Where are you going now with your research? What's the most exciting thing you're working on?
Well, at the moment, I am trying to get a lot of writing done. So we've collected a lot of data, and I have been seduced to go out and do a lot of consulting work. So what happened is that we created this survey to collect data with, and then all of a sudden we were asked to use it in companies. And then all of a sudden people started inviting me in and using the survey. And so I've had this great pleasure to take all the skills that I've built over the years and to be working with teams. But it's completely distracted me from publishing all the research. I mean, you had to dig pretty far back to find my published articles, right? So at the moment, I'm writing things up. So I've got like 4 or 5 articles all in play, and I'm writing a book at the same time. And the book basically looks at my experience and my with working with teams and the theory, comparing the theory to the experience. And I don't have I've been invited to do a book, so which is the great thing. And I don't want, before that invitation runs out, I want to get the book done. So that's kind of where I'm at, and it's very exciting to be able to write a book because I don't have to worry about reviewers,
You get to have your opinions.
I get to have my opinions. I just get to ramble on and on and on, like I'm talking with you, and that's fun. But I also really need to get those articles out. Otherwise, I'll, for the career that is. I know you do. Yeah.
I feel you. Well, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great fun for me too, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you soon, I hope.
You've been listening to the Health Leader Forge, a joint production of the College of Health and Human Services at the University of New Hampshire and the Northern New England Association of Healthcare Executives. Please go to our website, healthleaderforge.org, for more information or to leave comments about today's podcast. Look for Health Leader Forge podcasts on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud, and other podcast distribution sites. Thanks for being a part of the Health Leader Forge community, and we'll talk with you again soon.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, We're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally, letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. After 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But it's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth. We're tightening our back muscles. We're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away, and I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? It was. That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No. It just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable, global, internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. You know, some days you wake up and you're like, you know, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you know, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, you know, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, you know, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. You know, we talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this hush all that. so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves. When we're having a bad day, say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today, and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job, because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity, and adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty, we can talk about compassion, we can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. You know, I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox to get a 20% discount off your order this month.